Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing the meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Secretary, Shella L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Member, Michael Johns.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Member, Taya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
And our Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our Board Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities, whether remote or in person. If you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party in a case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. Identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar registration, see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for remote attendees. First, when directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and return on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And fourth, if you're participating by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across on the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain here so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for today. Number 4, MI 2025-004-106, 5330 North Penn Street. That case is continued to 6/17/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 5, MI 2025-004-109, 1930 Spark Street. That case is continued to 6/17/26. Number 6, MI 2025-004-110, 2736 North Dover Street. That case is continued to 6/17/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 8, MI 2025-004-115, 1141 West Somerset Street. That case is continued, attorney moving party. And number 16, MI 2025-007-195, 6134 rear to 46 Wayne Avenue. That case is continued until 6/17/26 at 9:30 a.m. Any other requests for continuances? Let me see here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for this session. I have a hand up from Janelle Alford. I will allow them to speak.
Okay.
Hello.
Good morning. Do you
Good morning.
state
Hi.
your name and spell for the stenographer, please?
No problem. My first name is Janelle, Jenell. Last name Alford, Alford. I just have one.
Hold on 1 minute. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Could you tell me the case you're interested in?
The case that I'm interested in, it's at the street location 613 West Cortlandt Street in Philadelphia, PA 191401413. There is a calendar number that is a reference to that, MI-2025-04116.
Yeah, well, tell me about the case.
Oh, well, just starting from the beginning, or
No, I mean, are you,
Okay.
are you against the project, or are you one of the owners?
No, well, at the moment, I was a tenant or
Okay,
at
so
the property.
here's the thing. This case
Mhm.
will be coming up this morning. That
Okay.
case will not be continued, so you'll have an opportunity to come on later and testify, okay?
Do you know when that will be? I just
I
have
would
to-
say maybe an hour,
so around 11 o'clock ish.
maybe a little bit before, okay? Thank you. Is there any other requests for continuance?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up from Susan Ponson. I've allowed them to speak.
Yes,
Hi, good
Suzanne
morning. Could you
Ponson.
please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Suzanne, Suzanne, Ponson, Ponsen. I'm president of the RCO West Central
Okay.
Germantown
All right,
Neighbors.
hold on 1 minute. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
What's the location?
6134 R-46 Wayne Avenue.
Yeah, that case has been continued.
I understand.
Okay.
My question is there, are we as neighbors able to see all the documents that are involved in this case, or, and where would that be available?
All
All right, Ms. Ponson,
Yes.
you need to direct that request to ZBA, to the ZBA Executive Director, ZBA Executive Director at phila.gov, if you would like to see documents related to the case. This is an appeal against LNI, so we will not be taking public testimony. at the
I
hearing.
understand. I do
Okay.
understand.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Mr. Chair, Craig Megadosian has their hand raised. I have allowed them to speak.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Craig, Craig, last name Melidosian, Melidosian.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Chair Bergman.
What case, Craig?
6901 Buist Avenue,
Okay.
MI 2025-004188.
All right, so we have no exhibits for that case. So I'm going to get to that shortly.
Thank you.
We'll be continuing the case, okay? Is there anyone else in the audience?
No further hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so number 14, MI 2025-004-188, 6901 Buist Avenue. We have no exhibits. This is the first listing. Darlene Treat is the attorney. Also, Suplinder and Rahanjit Singh are the listed owners. First listing.
I do not see any hands raised for that matter, Mr. Chair.
So MI 2025-004-188, 6901 Buist Avenue. This case is continued to 6/17/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 15, MI 2025-006-001, 6327 Lambert Street. Shellen Thomas is the listed owner. It's a pro se. This is the first listing, no exhibits.
No hands raised either for that matter, sir.
So MI 2025-006-001, 6327 North Lambert Street. This case is continued to 6/17/26. And I have a few requests for withdrawal here. MI 2024-005-636-812 McKean Street. This case has been withdrawn. And number 11, MI 2025-004-124, 1920 Shelmar Avenue. K-Ming Exo is the listed owner. We have a request for withdrawal, but we do not have it in their proper mechanism yet. Are they in the audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see them in the audience this morning.
Okay, Hillary, we want to continue this? Okay, so we, MI 2025-004-124, 1920 Shelmar Avenue. This is continued to 6/17/21. Mark must be heard. Okay, we're going to go to our add-on cases. MI 2024-006-699, 2021 Stanton Avenue. I vote yes per amended refusal dated August 12th, 2025.
Michael Johns, I certify that I watched the video recording of the December 16th, 2025 resumption hearing for this matter, and my vote is yes.
With proviso, Mr. Johns?
With proviso.
Thank you.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Is that it? Okay. Number 2, MI 2024-001-941, 5315 to 17 Chancellor Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Sonetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Hi, Owen, my vote is no.
Number 3, MI 2024-006-946, 5773 Kimball Avenue. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Sonetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Hi, Owen, my vote is no.
Number 4, MI 2025-004-36, 1216 South Second Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Sonetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Hi, Owen, my vote is no.
We're going to go to our regular list. Number 1, MI 2024-005-624, 2068 East Ann Street. Elliot Perez Barrios is the owner. This is a pro se.
And Mr. Chair, we also have a Spanish interpreter present if the applicant needs assistance.
Okay, thank you.
We can just go ahead and swear them in. I see they have their hand raised, the Spanish interpreter.
The interpreter, please state your name.
Spanish interpreter will be back in shortly, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Leonel, spelled as an Leonel. Last name is Gillen, spelled as in Guillen.
Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I swear.
All right. Could you please call for us Elliot Perez Barrios?
Está el señor Elliot Pérez Berríos.
Sí, buen día, aquí estamos.
Yes, good morning. Here I am.
All right. Could you please have him state his name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Your Honor. Muy bien. ¿Me puede decir su nombre y deletrearlo para el estenógrafo, por favor?
Sí, mi nombre es Elliot. Elliot. Elliot.
¿Su apellido?
Pérez. Perez. Pérez.
Gracias. Yes, my name is Elliot Perez. Elliot spelled as an E-L-L-I-O-T. Perez spelled as in P, as in Peter, E-R-E-Z.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth,
Levante la mano derecha, por favor. Jura decir la verdad y toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad.
the
Sí,
whole
toda la verdad.
truth, and nothing but the truth?
Toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. ¿Sí?
Solo la verdad.
Yes, I swear the whole truth.
Okay. This application is for use as a two-family household living in an existing attached structure.
Esta aplicación es para el uso de de un hogar de una casa para dos familias y establecido en una vivienda ya establecida, ¿correcto?
Sí, correcto, así es.
That is
Right.
correct. That's how it is.
Whereas the proposed use, a two-family household living, is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district.
Sin embargo, esta propuesta establece que el uso de un hogar para dos familias está prohibido en la zonificación, en el RS5 de la ley de zonificación.
There's a letter of support from the Somerset Neighbors for Better Living.
Hay una carta de apoyo de parte de los vecinos de Somerset de Better Living.
And there's a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Y también hay una carta de no oposición de los miembros del consejo.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Nuestro vicecargado tiene unas cuantas preguntas.
Sí, está bien, sí.
Yes, very well.
Good morning.
Buenos
Have they
días.
submitted their documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Buenos días. ¿Ya ingresaron los documentos y exhibiciones 5 días previos a esta reunión?
Sí,
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Y usted está rechazando la lectura de los documentos en y para poder para poder proseguir.
N-
Okay, you can begin with your case.
Puede comenzar con su caso.
Okay, so turn the computer on.
Puede encender la computadora.
There should be a green button at the bottom.
Debería haber un
There you
botón
go.
verde en la
Good, very
parte de
good.
abajo.
Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias.
All right, why don't you have him start telling us what it is he wants to do?
Ok, si gusta puede comenzar diciéndonos qué es lo que usted quiere hacer.
sí, mi nombre es Elio Pérez y soy el dueño de la propiedad 2068 East Antry, Filadelfia, Pensilvania 19134. La propiedad fue comprada en diciembre, el 5 de diciembre del año 2012.
Yes, hello, my name is Elliot Perez. I am the owner of the property at 2068 East Antry in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19134. The property was purchased on December 5th, 2012.
Okay, so first thing, could you make your exhibits a little bigger so we could see them?
Pueden hacer sus exhibiciones un
Make the-
poco más grandes, los documentos
make
más
the
grandes,
exhibits bigger.
para que se puedan ver.
Sí.
Yes. Your Honor, can I instruct him on the little
Sure, why don't you do that?
loop?
Yep.
Sí, en la parte derecha inferior va a haber una lupita con un símbolo más y uno menos. Abajo,
¿Dónde?
abajo, 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 abajo.
Aquí.
Ahí, ese mero. Sí, dele ahí clic.
Ok. Ahora, ok. Ahora sí lo ven.
Can you read it here?
Ahora sí.
That's better.
Ok.
Está mejor.
Gracias.
Okay, let's start through the documents, go through the
Veamos los
documents.
documentos primero.
All right, we see the real estate transfer tax. Okay, move on to the next document.
Ok,
Ok.
vemos ahí la parte de la transferencia de impuestos, de la propiedad. Sigamos a la siguiente.
Oh my God. The application.
Move the documents up.
Move
Siga
up.
moviendo el documento para arriba, por favor. Pasa a la siguiente página. In Your Honor, if you want, I can instruct them how to do it. With the just pointing
Yeah, well,
with
you can
clicking
do
on
it
the-
if you want, if you can.
I
You
can't
did
do
a
it
pretty good
for
job
them.
making them bigger, so why don't you tell her how to move the document?
Ok, muy bien. En la parte derecha, donde estaba la lupa, ve a donde dice, ajá, ok. Ahora, arriba, 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 va a ver las flechitas, que una que es para arriba y otra para abajo. Con eso puede cambiar la
Exactamente,
página.
eso que
Y-
estamos haciendo.
Ajá, eso. Ahí está. Y puede
Ok.
disminuir el tamaño. Perfecto.
Ok, está bien. ¿Lo puede ver ahora?
Can you see it now?
Yeah, but she's got to make the document. So that's the front of the house.
Ok, esa es la parte de enfrente de la casa, ¿correcto?
Sí, sí, correcto, sí.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you got, hold on.
Permítame.
Here's the question. Is this place currently a duplex?
Es la pregunta. ¿Este lugar actualmente es un duplex?
Sí, sí,
Yes.
And he wants to legalize it.
Y quiere legalizarlo.
sí, así es.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And when did he purchase this?
¿Cuándo compró esto?
Fue el 5 de diciembre del 2012.
December 5th, 2012.
Was it a duplex then?
¿Era un duplex en ese entonces?
Sí, estaba en duplex, sí, estaba así ya, sí, cuando lo compré, sí.
Yes, it was a duplex. It was like that. Yes.
All right. Move it up. Move the documents up.
Muy bien. Muévelo para arriba. El documento, muévelo para arriba.
All right, show us some photos.
Ok, muéstranos
We
fotografías.
have all those documents you
Esos
have there.
documentos ya los tenemos. Queremos ver fotos.
Está bien.
Very well.
Tell her what is, ask him what is that?
Ok, ¿qué es eso?
Eso es el del segundo piso, el cuarto de al frente.
That is the second floor, the room from the front.
Okay. Keep going.
La cocina del segundo piso.
That's the second floor kitchen.
Okay.
Muy bien.
Ese es el baño ahí.
That's the bathroom.
All right, move the documents.
Mueve el documento.
¿Lo puede ver?
Can you see it?
Yeah, I see that. Right.
Sí, eso lo
Okay.
puede ver.
Go back to could you give us pictures of the first floor?
Nos puede mostrar fotografías del primer piso.
Esa es la sala ahí del primer piso.
That is the living room from the first floor.
Okay, keep going.
Siga, siga.
That's the second floor?
¿Ese es del segundo piso?
No es el del primero ahí. Es el del primer piso ahí.
No, that's the first floor.
Okay. Move it down. Move it down. We
Mueve
were
para
up
abajo.
already. Keep going.
Siga. Continúe.
Ok, continúe.
Could you make that a little bigger? We can't
Eso
see it.
puede hacerlo más grande, por favor.
Sí.
Ese documento hágalo más grande.
No sé por qué no, la lupa no.
Ok. Ujú.
Ahora, ¿se ve bien? ¿Mejor?
No,
No,
no.
no entiendo cómo no pueden ver eso, porque yo.
I can't understand why I can't make it
Oh,
bigger.
no,
Okay,
no.
so
no.
that's from the meeting. We
Uh-huh.
have the
Sí,
we
ese
have
es de la
that
reunión.
document from the meeting.
Okay,
We have that.
Ese
Keep
documento
going.
ya lo tenemos. Continúe.
Esto
That's
es.
the mailing. We have that.
Eso ya lo tenemos. Continúe.
Ok. Es el mailing. Esa es la votación.
That's the vote. We have the
That's
vote.
es-
And
el
we have
voto
the
ya lo
tax
tenemos.
record.
Ma'am,
Ya lo tenemos.
you need to let the property owner explain what the documents
Oh,
are, okay?
Sí, necesita que el dueño de la propiedad tiene que explicar los documentos.
Está bien, está bien. Pues aquí está el certificado que yo pagué todos los taxes y no debo nada de taxes en la propiedad.
This is the certificate that I paid all the taxes and I don't owe any taxes on the property.
Okay.
Muy bien.
La casa aquí, como tú puedes ver, te puedo enseñar los planos.
These are the planification documents for the house.
Como
Could
pueden
you,
ver
could,
aquí,
could you enlarge that just a little bit?
¿Puede hacerlo más grande un poquito, por favor? Esos.
sí.
Yes.
There's 2 bedrooms on the second floor?
¿Hay
No.
dos habitaciones en el segundo piso?
Sí, dos habitaciones, sí.
Yes, there are two bedrooms, yes.
All right. Could I see the first floor?
¿Puedo ver el primer piso, por favor?
Just move it up.
Solo muévelo un poquito, solo el plano del primer piso.
Sí, está bien, un momento ahí.
No sé por qué no.
Just move the
Okay.
document up.
Solo mueve el documento un
Es lo
poquito
que
para arriba.
estoy haciendo, pero no sé qué está pasando.
That's what I'm doing, but I don't know why
Mm.
it's not exhibiting it.
Porque yo lo estoy ayudando con la computadora, ¿me entiende? So,
Because I'm helping with the computer.
¿ahora sí lo ve?
No.
¿No?
No.
No entiendo.
You
Ok.
can't see it.
Ok. ¿Ahora?
Okay, okay.
No.
Ahí sí, ahí está.
Perfecto. Ok.
And that's the first floor.
Y ese es el primer piso, ¿correcto?
Sí, ese es el primer piso ahí. Y si tú quieres, te doy un cogidito por ahí. Pues aquí está la
Could you
entrada.
ask him what's in the basement?
Ok, ¿qué hay en el sótano?
En el sótano ahí hay, lo que tengo son dos espacios para storage en el sótano ahí.
In this basement, it's just 2 spaces for storage.
Y por uso, pues también tú ves ahí, también le tengo un toilet por necesidad o cositas así.
And I have, just in case I have a toilet there.
Questions from the board?
Preguntas de la Junta.
Do both units have access to the basement?
¿Ambos unidades tienen acceso al sótano?
No, solamente los del primer piso.
No, just the first floor.
It looks like on your first floor unit, there's you're going through a bedroom to go to another bedroom, which is illegal. And you don't have any access to the backyard. It doesn't show any
Sí,
access.
entonces parece de que en el primer piso tiene que pasar por una habitación para entrar a la siguiente habitación, lo cual es ilegal. Y parece que no tienen acceso a el patio trasero.
Sí, tiene.
Sí, tiene, sí. Sí. Hay
Yes,
una
there's
puerta.
access. There's a door.
Where's the door to the backyard?
¿Dónde está la puerta para el
El
patio?
primer mira, está por aquí. Está por aquí. Está aquí. Está por aquí. Espera, espera. Mira aquí, mira aquí, mira aquí.
Oh,
Mira aquí. Y
It's
está
from
viendo
right
la
there.
hierba ahí.
So access to the rear yard is from that second bedroom.
Entonces, ¿el acceso al patio es a través de la segunda habitación?
pero hay un cuarto
No,
ahí
no,
solamente.
es que el primer piso es un solo cuarto, no son dos. El segundo piso tiene dos cuartos, el primer piso solamente uno.
Okay, no, it's that on the second floor there are 2 bedrooms. On the first
No.
floor there's only 1 bedroom.
Dile que él está diciendo que hay dos cuartos, un cuarto
Sí,
solamente.
lo dije, lo dije.
Dile
Sí,
a
lo
ellos.
dije ya. El primer piso solamente es un cuarto, no son dos.
Sí, sí, exacto. Yeah. So on the first floor is just 1 room.
That's not what the
Okay, so
plan
but
that
the
we're looking
plan
at.
Eso no es lo que
don't
muestra el
say that.
plan.
Plan shows 2 bedrooms.
Ahí el plan dice que son 2 habitaciones.
No, no, es que esto aquí no es habitación, no sé por qué Jan lo puso así. Eso no es
Yeah,
habitación ahí.
I don't know why it's like that, but it's only 1 bedroom.
Lo estoy viendo lo que me dices en el plano, pero no sé por qué aquí.
I'm seeing it, yes, on the plans, yes, but in reality it's just 1 bedroom.
Okay, so you said there's a second bedroom on the second floor, but that's also not shown on the plan, so where's the second bedroom?
Ok, y dijo que en el segundo piso
the
tenía, hay otra habitación, pero no se ven los planos también. ¿Dónde está ubicado?
Sí, pues mira, en la parte, en el segundo piso, al frente aquí, estoy viendo el cuarto de al frente y después estoy viendo lo que es la cocina, el baño y lo último atrás, está el segundo cuarto ahí sí.
Yes, on the second floor you have 1 bedroom right here in the front, then another bedroom right here in the back, And then you have the kitchen and the living room in the center.
And then, so you said, so what's been the status of this property since 2012? I know you
Okay.
said when you purchased it, it was two-family already.
Ok, ¿cuál es el estatus? ¿Cuál ha sido el estatus de esta propiedad? O sea, usted dijo que cuando usted lo compró en el 2012 ya estaba establecido así.
Sí,
¿Cuál es el estatus?
ya la casa estaba así instante ya cuando yo la compré ya.
Yes, the house was like this when I bought it.
Understood, but what's been going on with the house since 2012? Like, were you living in it? Has it been vacant? Like, what was happening in the structure?
Ok, pero ¿qué ha pasado? O sea, ¿qué ha sucedido con esa casa desde que la compró? O sea, ¿usted ha estado viviendo ahí o ha
Sí, yo vivo
estado vacante?
sí, yo vivo en el primer piso ahí y arriba tengo rentado, sí, pero yo vivo ahí en el primer piso.
Yes, I live on the first floor and upstairs it's rented.
And has that been continuous since 2012?
Y eso ha sido continuo desde el 2012.
No, porque el 2012 la casa ya estaba dividida, pero no estaba completamente terminada para vivir.
No, because, okay, so in 2012, the house was divided, but it wasn't completed. No, it wasn't completed yet.
Can you explain what that means?
¿Puede explicarme a qué se refiere con eso?
Sí, porque cuando yo la compré yo pensé que era una casa sencilla, porque yo estaba buscando para mudarme yo para mí. Pero cuando yo la compré, la vi que ya estaba dividida así y no tuvo otra alternativa porque hasta ahí llegaba mi dinero y por eso la compré así como estaba.
When I bought it, I thought there was a single-use home, and because I was looking for a single-use home just so I could live there. But when I bought it, I noticed that it was already divided, and I had no other choice but to buy it like that because that's what my money could buy.
Okay, and so in 2023, it does look like you went through some work to try to upgrade the property. Could you explain like what work you completed in 2023?
Sí, entonces, en el 2023 parece que hizo algunas mejorías en la casa, hizo algunos trabajos para mejorar la casa. ¿Nos podría explicar qué trabajos hizo?
Sí, pues ya que estaba así, pues le hicimos ya tiene el framing. Yo me encargué de la insulación y la cablería y ponerle shirap y también llevarle todas las terminaciones.
Yes, so I did some framing and I did the insulation part and the cabling, and also I installed some sheetrock.
Okay, and did you pull permits when you did this work?
¿Y tenía los permisos para hacer ese trabajo?
No, porque en ese momento yo no tenía el conocimiento de eso, pero como te digo, como la compré así, la dejé así. Pero no, el momento cuando la compré yo no tenía conocimiento ni de nada, simplemente la compré, estaba así y yo continué terminándola así como estaba, sin tener el conocimiento de permiso y de nada. Porque yo vengo de un sitio que ya no sacamos permiso de Puerto Rico y yo pensé que aquí era lo mismo, pero no es lo mismo.
No, because I did not have any knowledge of that, and when I bought it, it was like that, and I just continued working on it, but I didn't have any knowledge of that, and because I come from a place in Puerto Rico that they don't do that over there. They don't do that over there, but here it's completely different.
Okay.
Hillary, what I want to do with this is I want to make this a resumptive here and bring them back. The plans are inappropriate. Let them do the plans the right way and things like that, and we'll handle it then. So would you please tell them I'm going to continue this, and he has to get the plans right. It can't be, this is what I meant, not. Plans have got to be corrected so we can at least make an appropriate decision. Could you please tell him for that?
Yes, Your Honor. Muy bien. Lo que voy a hacer con este caso es que vamos a dar una continuidad.
Sí.
Lo que van a hacer, vamos a volver a esto, pero me tiene que traer los planos corregidos para que
Sí.
podamos tomar una decisión apropiada.
Sí. Está bien, sí, está bien. Y disculpe que yo no sabía que los planos estaban así. De verdad, pensé que el muchacho que me hizo los planos, cuando él estaba ahí sacando las medidas y yo le estaba explicándole a él, no sé por qué él posiblemente no me malentendió, pero yo sí sé que cuando tú quieres hacer un cuarto, tú no puedes pasar por uno por el otro, porque eso sí que es así donde quiera que uno vaya. So, como te digo, está bien, yo lo arreglamos, sí, está bien.
Yes, and I want to apologize because I didn't know that the plans were like this. And you know, the measurements when they were doing it, I don't know, maybe he
No,
misunderstood
No,
me, but
listen to me, he doesn't have to apologize. We're going to continue to February 24th, 26 at 9:30 a.m. and just come back with the appropriate documents and things of that nature, okay?
sí, mire, no
So
tiene por qué disculparse.
that's 2/24/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Mire, no tiene por qué disculparse. Entonces, vamos a darle continuidad a esto y nos vamos a volver a reunir el febrero 24 del 2026 a las 9:30 de la mañana. Vamos a
bien.
regresar ese día y va a tener los documentos apropiados y corregidos.
Solamente es solamente el plano, ¿no?
Just the plans, right?
Yes.
Ok,
Sí.
está
All
bien.
right, thank you. Interpreter, thank you very much. Thank you,
It's always
sir.
a pleasure, Your Honor. Have
All
a
right.
beautiful day.
We're going to move on to number 7.
Pase buen día.
MI 2025-004-111, 8424 Navajo Street. Maureen Malloy is the owner applicant.
We're coming back in as a panelist shortly, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Maureen Malloy, Maureen. Last name Malloy, Malloy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, so this application is for the erection of an addition, porch enclosure to an existing detached structure, no change to existing single-family household living. Non-conforming structures may be expanded or extended, provided the expanded or extended area complies with all provisions of 14-701. Whereas the minimum required front setback at the proposed addition is 25 feet in the RSD 3 zoning district. For a detached structure on RSAD 3 residentially zoned immediate lot, the minimum required yard width is 10 feet. For each side yard with a cumulative width of 25 feet for both side yards, whereas the total resulting cumulative width of the side yard is 12 feet 9 inches with the proposed addition. There is a letter of support from the Chestnut Hill Community Association, and there's also a letter of support from Chestnut Hill Conservancy. Our vice chair has just a few questions for you, okay?
Good
Okay.
morning.
I have a deck if you wanted to look at it as well, but please
Well,
please
why
go
don't you,
ahead
why
and
don't
ask
you
your
answer her
question.
questions first, okay?
Of course.
Sure.
Good morning. Have you submitted
Good
your
morning.
documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And the chair read the refusal. Do you stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Okay. So we will show our slide deck.
Yep.
Can you see our screen?
We can. It says we propose converting an existing
Okay,
screened-in
great.
porch to a four-season room. So there's
Okay,
already a
perfect.
porch there, and you now want to
Yes.
make it a four-season room.
That is correct. So I am the owner of 8424 Navajo Street along with my husband. Today to request a variance to remain enclosed the screened-in porch into a four-season room with HVAC, electric, and windows where there are screens.
Okay.
This view that you see here is the proposed project. It's not the way that it is now. Obviously, these are windows here, but it's essentially where you see windows, there are currently screens there, and you'll see that on the next picture.
Sure. Why don't you move through the documents?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This.
Yep, we have that.
Yeah. So we submitted a. Please go back. No, I just wanted to.
That's
So
a
we
letter of
submitted
support
a.
from Chestnut Hill Community Association, is that
Right.
correct?
Right. So we were denied our. We are considered a non-conforming structure, as you mentioned.
Okay, so when you, Maureen, when you talk to the side, we can't hear you. So just if you can, speak straight ahead. We're losing you when you go to the side.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
No, you don't have to be sorry. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we were denied the permit
Yep.
because we're a non-conforming structure, as you said. So we are proposing a
A Four Seasons room that you're going to enclose
yes.
that. Right.
Right. And realize that we don't meet the setback, but
Yep.
this is why we need a variance to do that.
Okay. Yep.
So
All right. Why don't you
okay,
show us
next
your
slide.
photos there? Show us some
Okay.
photos.
Okay, so this page here, there are the 5 pictures that are on here. 3 of them are of the home as it is existing now, and you'll see the screens there. There's a front view, a back view, and a side view. And then the 2 that are over to the right and the site map, they are the proposed structure. So it is as mentioned, an existing screened-in porch. The roof is in place. The floor is in place. We are essentially not changing the footprint of that structure at all. We're merely swapping out windows and HVAC and all that nice stuff for the screens that are currently in place.
Did the architect draw this up for you?
Yes, he is on the call as well too.
Why don't you show us his plans?
Okay. So that's this is another view of one of his plans, and then we have the next page here. This is a side view, back view, and then a front view.
Okay, what else do you have here?
And that's the overall site map of the property where there's no, if you look over to the right and
Yep.
you see the dashed line, that is the
Yep.
area in question.
Mhm.
And all we're talking about doing is not changing the size of that area, but merely enclosing it as opposed to screening.
So it's going to be the same size it was, but it's going to be screened in.
No, it's going to be the same size that it was, but it'll be enclosed in
Windows.
glass. It's currently screened in.
All right, do you have anything else to show us?
I think that's it.
All right, questions from the board?
I don't have any questions. Just nicely done.
Thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
Just a clarification, Ms. Malloy. So I noticed on the letters from the RCO, they indicated that there were changes to the plans or clarifications to the plans, but I wasn't clear what was revised, and if there are revised plans that you're requesting the board to stamp, we do need a proviso form outlining those changes.
Okay. Go to the next one. Hang on 1 second. If you look at, oh wait, no, could go to the side. This is the next one, the one that has all 3 of them. Okay, you can see it here on the and I know that I'm the one that's supposed to speak, but if this like I said, my architect is on the our architect is on the
Is your
call.
architect on the line?
Uh,
Is your architect on the line?
Yes, he
All right,
is.
what's his name?
Neil Young,
Okay, why don't we bring
no
him on?
relation to the singer.
We're coming back in shortly as a panelist, Mr. Chair.
Hi, everybody. This is Neil. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mr. Young. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Neil Young, Neilyoung.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you hear our attorney's question?
I did.
Could you please answer it?
Sure. The only change that the Historic Commission had requested was a detail of the capitals that are part of the proposed addition, and it didn't impact the size or area of the proposed plan in any way. It was a minor detail, basically a trim detail that they had asked us to revise.
So was it, so was something did they just want clarification on what it would be, or was there
Correct.
a change made on?
No, they just wanted clarification on detailing of the capital Parliament base.
Okay. And did that result in any changes to the plans that were submitted to L&I with this
It did not.
application? Okay. All right. Then I don't think we need revised plans. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Questions
You're
or
welcome.
comments from the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Fecteau, FECTEAU, with the City Planning
Do you
Commission.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSD3 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. The appellant requests three-dimensional variances. The variance for front setback reflects a current condition of the structure, and the appellant has shown that enclosing the existing porch will not injure the use of adjacent properties. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed dimensional variances.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-111, 8424 Navajo Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Haya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Number 3, MI 2025-000-400, 1113 Mount Vernon Street. Joseph Consul is the attorney. Mr. Consul, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? Yeah,
Can't hear you.
It's Joseph, last name is Consul, that's Console.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Consul, we understand this will be held for a corrected or amended refusal
That's
and the
correct.
proof of tax compliance.
Yes.
Well, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is AJ168 LLC. It's represented by Mr. Albert Zhang, and he should be on the call or getting on the call. He's having some trouble connecting, but he's figuring it out.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
Okay, you can proceed with your case.
Okay. Good morning, board, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joseph Consul, and as mentioned, I represent the owner of 1113 Mount Vernon Street. With me on the call is Albert Zhang, the representative of the owner. We are here on an empty lot on Mount Vernon Street, seeking a use variance to permit a 3-unit multifamily building on this vacant lot. This application involves one use refusal only, which is multifamily household living in an RSA 5 district. No dimensional variances are required. Our original ask, and I'll discuss our discussions with the RCO, was for 6 units, and pardon me, it's the wrong one. However, we since have made adjustments to that and are now asking for 3. Did my exhibits for 1113 come up?
Yes.
Okay, great. Still learning how to do this in person. So there it is. Originally it was 6 dwelling units. Now we're asking for 3, and we will amend the refusal accordingly. So there is our letter of support from the 14th Community Organization, RCO, with 3 provisos: no limited lodging, no household living in the basement, and a maximum of 3 dwelling units. And they spoke about our interactions with them, and there was their vote, support, our proof of mailing. I'll go through the details of the property in a second. We posted the photos twice. Here, the first posting was on December 17th. We received notice on December 31st. There's the deed that those postings have been taken down. So we reposted on January, I believe it was Sunday, this past Sunday. We already have streets approval. The curb cut is existing, and so that won't change with our updated refusal. The lot is 2,282 square feet. As it sits today, obviously it contributes nothing to the block. We believe this proposal would close a long-standing gap in the streetscape with a building that fits both the scale and density of Mount Vernon Street. Show you some of the plans. It's the external or the top-down plan of all the units. Each of the units would have access to entrances in both the front and the rear. The rear entrance is to the left of the unit 1, and they have access to the hallway, which would give you both access to the basement and then access to units 2 and 3 above. All 3 of the units are 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Okay. The building itself would be, that's the same one, approximately 35 feet in height, which is consistent with the surrounding attached structures as per the request or the desires of the RCO. It will contain a red brick facade, which matches the character of Mount Vernon Street. As mentioned, we have 2 means of egress for each of the units. The means of egress by way of the walkout to the back would give each unit access to the trash storage room in the back, which is consistent with the other properties on the block. Trash would then be taken to Lemon Street, which is where all the cars park along the back of the properties that front Mount Vernon Street. This application is a product of a meaningful community engagement. We first went to the neighbors in June of 2025 with a 6-unit proposal that did not go over great. They had submitted, let's see if I have that as part of my, they submitted this in June, noting that they did not reach an agreement on the application. They graciously permitted myself and my team to return. And in November, we returned with a plan that cut the density in half from 6 units to 3. And that resulted in the formal letter of support that you have before you. In addition to the RCO support, we have a non-opposition from the next door neighbor.
Excuse me, this is the reporter. My audio has cut out. Is the audio working?
Yes.
Too.
Okay, I could not hear Mr. Console.
At all?
It just dropped off a few seconds ago.
Okay.
I'm hearing you now.
I'm repeating that Attorney Mattioni, who represents the property next door, which is a 5-unit building,
Right.
submitted an email this morning saying his client, the owner of the building, will not oppose our project. So in addition to the RCO support, we have support from the next door neighbor. Finally, there's 2 other properties on the block that have in the past been approved for multifamily use. 1119 is a licensed 3-unit property, and 1121 at one point was a licensed 6-unit building. So we believe, because of all the large structures on this block, that while I would say the majority of them now are single-family homes, there's evidence in the past of there having been multifamily use. There is multifamily use currently, and coupled with the fact that we had a very productive back and forth with the RCO, and it was not, there was no one in the room that said they wanted this to definitely be a single family home because of the way the neighborhood's going. They thought that having access for folks to be able to move in that would not be a multi-million-dollar home on such a large lot was beneficial. So with that, I'll call my client, Albert, to raise his virtual hand.
So why don't you show, I don't think we got, I saw the cars. Could you just show the drawings a little bit more?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Al Zing has been promoted to panelist.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? Sir?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
It's Albert Zhang, Albert, last name Zhang, Zheng.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, the whole
Please
truth.
proceed, counsel.
Good morning, Albert. Did you hear my testimony just now?
Yes, yes, I heard it, all of it, yes.
About your lot on Mount Vernon?
Yes.
Do you adopt what I said as your own?
Yes.
Is there anything you'd like to add for the board?
I don't think you mentioned it's a street to street property. Yeah, it's a fairly, big lot, like you said. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Yeah.
All right. Nothing further pending public comment, as I know.
Questions from the board?
There is one.
Yeah, is your client okay with the proviso for no limited lodging?
Do you agree for no any kind of Airbnb at all, Albert?
None.
So you agree with that proviso?
Yes. Mhm.
So, and now can you zoom out so we can see the entire plan, all the plans with the parking?
I understand and was clear with the architect that likely wouldn't work for 3. I'm just anticipating your concern, Michael. But
Yes.
okay.
I mean, you got it. I mean, you should the 3 cars and there's no way to get out of that wall.
I get it.
One of the cars barely fits.
It's wide. It was wide enough and approved for 2. For some reason on the revised plans, I believe that was due to I don't even know why he stuck a 3rd car in there, but there you go.
I have a question about the streets plan. So has Streets reviewed this, and the curb cut at the rear on Lemon Street, is it existing?
It's an existing curb
It is
cut. Streets have reviewed it. I don't believe we need to send them revised plans because nothing's changing from that perspective. We're not occupying more of the footprint or anything of that nature.
And then what's the security gate that is proposed at the rear?
Can you speak to that, Albert? Are you proposing a security gate?
Yes, I would add the security gate.
No, you have one. I'm just asking, could you explain what kind of gate it is? One, it looks hard to work for parking, and 2, it's different than all the other ones that are on Lemon Street currently.
So on the plan, is that how it should be? How the gate is like zigzag? Is that how it's supposed to be?
I mean, a gate could be zigzagged. It depends what gate you get.
I
That's what I'm asking you.
I
What
mean, it's
gate
gonna be
would
like
you-
like those metal gates where it comes up and down.
Like the garage door?
Yeah, exactly.
I think my only concern with Lemon Street is it's a very narrow street. Mount Vernon's also a very narrow street.
Yes.
And there's a house right across the street on Lemon Street now.
Mhm.
And it looks tight. Like even on the Google Map images, it looks like there's a lot of people that are illegally parking on the sidewalk right there. So there's no other houses on the interior of the block that seem to have parking at the rear. Most of the houses that have parking at the rear are closer to the edges of the block. So I was a little concerned about navigating cars in and out and being able to.
I mean, I have a family friend that lives on 1123, and I go there, quite often. So it's pretty much the same thing. Parking is pretty easy. because people will be, parking on the pavement on the left side. So it's pretty easy to get in actually. It's not that bad.
And then what's your plan for the basement? If you've got the
Mm,
trash room at the rear, all the units have access to the basement. You're showing it right now as a big open space, but
Well,
it's just more storage. That's about it
yeah,
for the base.
we have a proviso for no living, and I don't believe he has any intent.
It is, it's provided.
yeah, it is. I was less worried about I mean, I saw the proviso, but more like what is going on? I think to have 3 units in a single family block, there's no backyard. I think to figure out a way to have storage that is segmented by unit would just be wiser as a suggestion.
Meaning making storage available that was clearly delineated for each unit in the
Correct.
basement, Albert.
Yep.
Mm,
Something you would consider?
yeah.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney? Or comments?
Excuse me. Yeah, I spoke with Mr. Consul previously, and I believe the intent is to amend the refusal. So
Yes.
we will hold the case today pending receipt of that and proof of tax compliance.
Okay, is there anyone here from the RCO?
I see
Anyone
no
here from
hands
the-
at this time, Chair.
Anyone here from the neighborhood? Please
I
come
see
up.
no
Yeah,
hands at
come
this
on.
time.
We
Sorry.
have someone in the audience right here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you pull that mic close to you and see if it's on? I think I see the light. Yeah, okay. Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Diane Monroe. DIANE MONROE.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you give us your viewpoint on this project, and could you try to keep it to 2 minutes?
Okay.
No, I'm serious. We
Right.
try to.
I
just
will.
move it along.
I will. I am a member of the RCO.
Yep.
I started it years ago, but I'm no longer in chair because I'm, as my son said, you're too old,
No.
and you're too old to even be coming down here. But
I don't think I'll talk to him.
but you have to pass the baton to younger people, which is great. But what is happening is here. I do live on that block for close to 50 years. And when they first proposed this 6 units, our block is losing the characteristics as being a single family neighborhood. Not only the block ahead of us, which is the 1200 block, but the block, beyond us is 1000 block. We're losing that characteristic. And we do have duplexes. The neighbors, we were outvoted, as you can see the count. We were outvoted, even the RCO board, we split. And they do understand that I was coming down to have my objections, documented. Don't take this as being a fraction between us, no. With this 6 units originally proposed, but the majority of the people wanted, but we still had fudge people that came in that had never been to a meeting, and they just showed up. We would like to see a duplex, 2 apartments versus a triplex, mainly because of the density will be increased and the trash and parking. We do have permit parking on our block. So that's the long-term residents, that's our position. We do not have a problem with 2 apartments and no apartment in the basement because it's a potential that they can do that when you have nothing there. And also we have noticed that the owner, he has not been maintaining it. We have been maintaining that property, cutting the grass for years. And then when the snow came, he didn't even bother to even clean the pavement. We've been doing it. So we did start calling 311. So we're looking at his behavior. So we understand that there's a potential we're going to have a problem. And another issue that we wanted them to, for part of a provisos, to be with the CBA. But my understanding, they refused to do a CBA with the RCI. I'm not too clear on that because the last meeting I went, there was nothing in writing, that David was still coordinating with them. We would like to see in those apartments a storage closet that can hold a 30-gallon trash can as well as a recycled trash can. Because even though they're saying they have access to the backyard, we know the behavior is they take their little ShopRite bags and they bring it and sit it up front. And so we would like to see a proviso that requires them to put a storage closet in each of those apartments. And, but we would like to have 2 apartments. That's what we are willing to compromise with, because we do have duplexes on the block, even though he did say there's a triplex. That used to be a ghost triplex until later on, even though that they no longer have anyone living there 3. And the condo, as he was talking about, the 11, they are condos. So they are individually owners. And they have been there, that building has always been a multifamily until maybe in the late 90s. That's when they did a condos, but they're single family, a condo. So hopefully I wrapped it up with our position we prefer to see duplex.
Okay.
And those storage for the trash.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming down. I think you've testified before on Zoom.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
I
I heard you several times on Zoom. I've never seen you in person,
Yes,
but thank you for.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, may I say this now? I haven't been here since the pandemic.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And it's amazing. Now I can go back to the neighbors and say, it's legit, because they're thinking, because we were thinking.
You think it was phony
No,
before?
no, like, you're on Zoom, and we're thinking you're talking, but we don't know that you guys are really hearing us.
I would tell
But
you,
I
I
can
remember
see
your
it.
name and I remember you testifying several times. on Zoom.
Yes,
So
yes.
thank you very much for
And
coming.
thank you for
Okay.
allowing me
All right.
to.
Anyone else in the audience? Joe, do you want to respond?
Just very briefly, regarding just 2 things. One, we would have gladly engaged with the CBA. That didn't come up. I'm happy to continue that conversation. And 2, you had mentioned that there was, you said fudged people. You guys checked every single one of the IDs of everyone that came in. That was done rigorously. So I just wanted to rebut
thank
those
you.
2 points.
Planning Commission, planning take a position now?
Certainly, Chair.
Sure.
And thank you, and good morning, David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. While there are some multifamily properties with 2 to 3 units on this block face, 6 units is out of character and is not the least minimum needed to afford the appellant relief. 2 units are more in character with the surrounding density. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested use variance, but for a maximum of 2 dwelling units.
Thank you. Hillary, what do we do? We'll wait till this is done and then we'll have it listed.
Sorry. So we will hold the vote pending receipt of
Yep.
the amended refusal and proof of tax compliance. The record is otherwise closed.
All right, thank you. And thank you for coming down. We do appreciate it. All right, thank you.
It wasn't in vain.
When you,
My client will support whatever the board
yeah,
decides.
okay. And Joe, you have a couple cases, right?
I do, yeah.
So here we're, number 9, MI 2025-004-116, 613 West Cortlandt Street. Just for the record, state your name.
Attorney Joseph Consol.
You've already been sworn. Can you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah. First, could you tell me, did my plans come up for Cortland?
No, not yet. No.
All right. I gotta rejoin. I'm sorry. Okay. My client is Matthew Rogerson. He is the owner of the property.
So there's a letter of support from Nuevo Esperanza Housing and Economic Development, RCO, and the applicant also provided 4 signatures from their neighbors. Our vice chair has a few questions. Mr. Consul.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, Vice Chair.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, you can begin.
All right. Matthew Rogerson's on the call with me. He's owned the property since the early aughts. I'm Joseph Consul, his representative. We're here on 613 West Cortlandt Street, seeking to reactivate the 2-family household living use that had been previously approved. Let's see if I can find that. So yeah, here's evidence of that. From 2007 until 2012, he had a by right 2-unit use on that property. He let that lapse by only renting, by getting a single family rental license, which you'll see in the record, I believe in 2014, and just not realizing that that would cause the issue of having to run this through the zoning board again. So as I'll show you in a second, the interior of the property has not changed. I mean, he's made it a little bit nicer, but there's been nothing to add units or anything like that. It's always been a 2-unit. And he's trying to correct a mistake that he inadvertently made. So it's RSA 5, and okay, let's see. I showed you the proof of prior licensure. There's our proof of mailing. Tax compliance. I'll go through the plans in a second. Here's some photos, front of house, back of house, and showing the 2 meters. There's the meters. The first floor unit, there is no living in the basement. Second floor unit.
Joe, he went to the ZBA in 2020 and then withdrew.
Yes.
What happened there?
He can testify to that. I wasn't his attorney at the time. What he told me was the pandemic just kind of spun out his efforts to do everything he needed to do, and he just let it lapse.
Okay.
And again, he can testify to that. But we've received no opposition from anyone for any reason regarding this property. So those are the plans. Okay, that's just the hot water tank. There's our letter of non-opposition from Esperanza. There's the near neighbors support letter. I already showed you that. Do I have the plans? Let's see. 1 second. Okay. So those should be the plans. Yes. I'll zoom in on those. So there we are, existing building. Scroll down. Second page. Showing the steps in and out. Done by Toner Architects. Here's the layout. Again, I'm still getting used to doing this in person. Okay. The basement, utilities and storage, and the layout of the two units. I believe that should be it for my presentation. Again, he's hoping to revitalize the 2-unit rental license for a property that was never materially downzoned. I'll call.
You want to bring him on?
Yes. Matthew, could you raise your virtual hand?
They should be coming back into the panel shortly, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Matthew Rogerson, Matthew. Last name Rogerson, Rogerson.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Good morning, Matthew. Did you hear my presentation just now regarding your property?
I did, yes.
Do you agree with what I said, and do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Would you just speak for 10 seconds about what happened in 2020?
I began this process in 2020, like right at the beginning of the pandemic, and I paid the architect and toner to do the stuff, and it just started getting expensive. I started running out of money, and I just decided to put it on hold for a little bit until I was able to figure out the next steps. So that was what happened in 2020.
Okay. Nothing further.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from RCOs or neighbors in the virtual audience or here?
I have a hand up from a Janelle Alford. I will promote them right now.
Sure.
What I'm thinking is that that comment is going to put that case got to be.
I'll be back in shortly.
Sure, thank you.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. I think we spoke earlier today, am I correct?
Yes, hello.
And I did swear you in, am I correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay, could you tell us in about 2 minutes or so what your position is on this project?
Okay, so I'm opposing this appeal. I
Okay.
am currently a tenant or was a tenant at the 613 West Cortland Street property. I did sign a lease for this property October 13th. And move in with this property. This isn't against Matthew at all because he, I believe, partners with Otter Property Management in order for me to be a tenant under the lease of the apartment or property. But with being said, moving forward on top of the property, one, there is a problem with a roach infestation into the place of property. There is also a line of places where codes and violations have been breached. And I'm not so sure if this also lines with the rental insurances, but there was also a breach of implied warranty of ability. And also, I'm not so sure if I was able to upload photos, but even the photos that were provided to show proof of this property are invalid, considering maybe I can say in November in November is when I was notified by Otter Property Management about some zoning appeal between my unit and the basement unit, which I still don't understand to this day. The hallway where I kept storage at had to be ripped apart to have stairs placed there because there was some kind of zoning issues. And even to this day, if I was to open the door and show you what that looked like, it would almost look like a horror story. I am just stating literal facts, and I do not believe that this property should even be within habitable reasons for anybody to live there. I can say for myself that I've been experiencing this and very, very bad communication as to why this property is even on any kind of listing website for people to. Yes, my time is up, but.
Okay, all right. Mr. Consul, you have any questions?
My client, I think, would like to respond to that.
Okay, so why don't I do this first? Let's see if there's anyone else.
Okay.
All right, is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak on this? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jason.
Zoning Board of Adjustment.
I see no hands raised, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Council?
Matthew, would you just briefly address what Ms. Alford said?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she reached out, or we communicated. She when she moved in, she said that she sent a picture that she saw 2 roaches when she moved in. She contacted the property management company, Otter Property Management, who manages this place for me. A pest control maintenance was set up, and apparently it wasn't to her liking as far as how quickly it happened. I have been billed for this. I have made several payments, so I am, under the impression that the pest control maintenance has been, at least initiated. I believe the contract was for like six sprayings. Excuse me, 6 treatments to spray for roaches in her apartment, and I think we're a few months into that. And as far as she said, I'm sorry. She and I spoken. It was November 10th. I had a violation in order to get this door put into the basement. My initial plan was, again, I have not changed any layout of this property in 20 years. It's always been a duplex. I put a door going to the basement for storage. The basement is empty. It's not a unit. Janelle can attest to that. There's nobody down there. There's not even anything down there. So whenever I had some work done to the property, the basement became a separate entrance. Now, when I had to obtain a building permit from the city to put this door in. So when the inspector came out to check the door, he said he needs to see steps leading to the first floor apartment. So my contractor reattached steps going to her apartment, which, like she said, it was her closet when she moved in. They were initially the steps going to the basement originally, right? Those steps were removed, and it was sealed off to go to the basement. And the basement access was now from the front of the property, from the street. The city said they wanted to see steps, or I'm sorry, not the city. The L&I wanted to see the steps reattached going to her apartment, which is what happened, and was explained to her as what happened.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2019 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. At some point in its history, an owner converted this property to 2 dwelling units. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed legalization of the second dwelling unit.
MI 2025-004-116-613 West Cortlandt Street. I vote yes with proviso. Certificate of occupancy to be obtained for building.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Council, we have one more, I think, here for you.
That's correct.
All right, so MI 2025-004-184, 1720 68th Street. Mr. Council, just for the record, state your name.
Attorney Joseph Consul.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Shibrara Sampson, and she emailed me. She's not on the call, but she works for the Philadelphia Prisons Department, I believe, and is in mandatory firearm training today. And she had a break until 10:30. And so I was going to try to get her to go first on my call, but I didn't start until like 10:40, so it didn't even matter. So the point is, I'm here to adopt her testimony, and she's an employee of
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning again. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, you can begin.
All right, just 1 minute. You have some notes here?
Yes, so
When I see your red notes, I
Yes,
pay
no, no, no,
attention.
no. And I had spoken, in 1 second. And I had spoken with Mr. Consul about this. So we did receive, proof both from him and from ZBA staff that efforts have been made to reach out to the RCO, on multiple occasions to schedule the meeting. The RCO did not schedule a meeting, and the proper letter to the near neighbors and posting was done. So the board can hear this today. The board can also make a decision on this case today if it wishes, because it has been more than 45 days, which is the required period in which the RCO needs to have a meeting.
Okay, thank you, Hillary. Why don't you start, Mr. Consul?
And just as a preliminary, to the extent that that's detrimental, we're fine with the board, asking us to try more, prior. But the point is, we don't want that to hurt our case here, but we did try as hard as we could to get in front of the RCO. I'm here on 1720 68th Avenue. The owner and my client is Shabrara Sampson. We are here seeking a permit to permit a two-family household living within an existing semi-detached structure. I'll just give you kind of the lay of the land. All four corners here, as you can see, are large properties compared to the properties that are next to it. And that is because in the past, they have been either multifamilies or homes with commercial units. This is ours. You can see the single family homes behind it. This is directly across the street. Again, you can see the single family homes behind it, and I'll give you the unit count and that sort of thing in a minute. But just to give you to level set for what these corners look like, that is directly across, that's Caddy Corner across the street. Again, big property with lots of little ones behind it. And then the fourth corner was torn down, but at one point that was a 6-unit building. So we're here seeking a two-family dwelling in a CMX1 district because it abuts an RSA 5 district. We are required to seek approval for a multifamily home, but it is CMX1. The zoning history on this property is critical. As far back as we could see, in 1969, a variance was granted allowing a beauty shop to operate on the first floor with a unit above. At one point, it was also a food store with a 1 unit above. The building's shell, layout, and scale were designed for multifamily or multi-use occupancy, not a single-family dwelling. And we believe, based on the size of the property, a simple two-family residential home is less intensive, less intrusive than other properties on the surrounding corners and other things that have been granted in this neighborhood. There's a proof of mailing, proof of photos. And as you'll see, this is a property that is in need of love. And my client is prepared to take it on. As I mentioned, she's a long-term city employee. And I wish she was on the call because she's really great at talking about her property. Scanning through. Interior photos. Proof of ownership. She got the property in 2024. Anything else here? Tax clearance. Go to the architecturals. So this is should be viewable. Architectural plans showing the layout of the units. Go down to the next one. It's first floor plan. Do I have the second floor plan? I believe we didn't need a plan for the second floor because that's remaining as built as a single family. And I don't,
So the commercial place remains vacant?
the commercial place is vacant and in a state of disrepair, and that's the one that she wishes to convert into a unit per the architecturals included here. And the second floor is a functioning one-family home.
Can you zoom out so that the whole plan is
Yes.
visible, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Seventeen 68th, one of the corners has an active rental license for 3 units. 1714 received a ZBA approved 2-family variance in 2019, and 6802 North Bouvier, the third corner, had a rental license for 4 dwelling units issued in 2004, although it appears to be a vacant lot at this time. Without my client here, I'll, as an officer of the court, adopt my own testimony to the extent that's appropriate.
So just so I understand it, so this vacant space is vacant, I'm going to call it the first floor, right? Where the
Yes.
commercial was?
Yep.
And then the floor above that is the new apartment, right? Is that
No,
what you're saying?
There's an existing one family above. Let me go back to the next side photo. So there's a one family on the second and third floor here, and she's seeking to use what was a beauty shop and a food store, is what the license said.
So, but we don't have drawings for that, Joe?
We don't have drawings for the existing single-family home that's been approved as a single-family home since the 1960s.
Yeah, but is it currently occupied?
I'm
'Cause it doesn't look like it in the photo.
It doesn't look like it is. So she will have to get a CO for both units, correct? The architect, I believe, told her that he didn't need to submit plans for that.
He also didn't put in his title block on his plans, but is there an image that shows the stairwell to the second floor? I'm just trying to understand the unit separation.
See if any of my photos do that. And to the extent, some kind of resumption.
Because that's sort of main level floor plan, the second floor, I guess, the main level. It's reading as a separate apartment. It's reading, but there's no access to this actual second floor. You know what I mean? You got the basement level, which is at grade, then you've got the plan to the right, which is appears to be like a 3-bedroom apartment, but there's no there's no stairway that takes you up to the second floor.
There's also discrepancy between the number of doors that are shown on the actual building and the doors shown in the plan. So,
Okay.
Right.
which could be that one of them was turned into a window, but it's confusing.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the access point for this new unit would be this door on the side here. So would it have to have access to the unit above?
No, I think it's just that the
There's nothing-
plans,
Right.
like the way the plans are showing how you enter shows that there's a stairwell to the second floor that's
There's a
not
stairwell.
visible in photos.
Yeah, there's a stairwell to nowhere.
Yeah.
Where are we seeing that at the bottom?
So look
The
here, right here.
second floor.
Right here. See, this is the stairway up from the pavement, right? It goes
Yeah.
nowhere. This is the door that literally is out to above nowhere, right? It's above, it's like 10 feet above grade, but there's a doorway that goes like nowhere. There's no stairs to get there. And then this whole thing shows up as a 3-bedroom apartment with no way to get to the second floor. This makes absolutely no sense. The plans
All right.
make sense.
So we need better plans.
I think so.
And that's totally fine. And I'm fine with returning with more accurate plans.
But I think just a secondary question is it looks like only the commercial space that's turning into the first floor apartment's gonna have access to the yard. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and so then what's the plan for trash storage?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we'll come back and.
For both units?
Yeah.
We'll come back and address that.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any other questions that Joe can come back with? So,
A question, but a comment.
Sure.
Again, I have this problem with these bedrooms that where you have to wander through the living room to get to a bathroom,
Okay,
so.
all right, so I'm going to make this a resumptive hearing, 3/17/26 at 9:30 a.m., St. Patrick's Day.
great. 317. All right, let me just make that note and then I'll get out of your hair. Thank you, board.
All right, thank you. Number 10, MI 2025-004-118-902 South 47th Street, Pasquale Calavita is the attorney. There was a meeting held with Cedar Park. There was an email sent that they would not object to the project.
We're coming back in this panel shortly, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Pasquale Colavita, Pasquale attorney.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship
Sure.
of the property?
The client is GMT Properties, but the individual that will testify is Carlos Giraldo, Giraldo. And I'm pretty certain that he's on. I've been in
Our
communication.
vice chair has a few questions for you, Mr. Calavita.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can begin your case.
Every time I do this, I feel like I'm getting married again. Okay, so if Mr. Giraldo can be
Yeah,
brought
as soon
on.
as you need him, we'll bring him on, okay?
Okay, great. So again, attorney for GMT2 Properties, owners of 902 South 47th Street. And as you had indicated, you received the email. Unfortunately, I did not receive the same email from Cedar Park neighbors. We did have a meeting with them. And today what I will be doing is presenting the deed and notice of refusal, the application for appeal, project information form, the architectural plans, which are not really truly relevant, as this is a change of use, notice to the neighbors with the proof of mailing, a copy of the zoning archives, which will reflect its present use as a fraternity house and previous use as a 4-unit property. We'll also at Exhibit 8 will show 5 different properties within feet of each of the property that have from 4 to 9 units. Also photographs that we've posted the property, photographs of the property itself, as well as the neighborhood photographs. We have a certificate of tax clearance. And as you had indicated, there was an email that I received, but I did not receive anything else other than that one email that there was no opposition from them. So as indicated on March 4th of 2024, GMT Properties purchased the property. This is an RSA 3 district for which they are attempting to obtain a variance from an existing fraternity house of 10 units to reduce it to a long-term 4-unit property. The application was filed. We believe that this is the minimum and the least amount of modification. There will be no change in height, width, or length to the property. It actually will have a decrease in congestion. And again, the adjacent properties will not be injured by this variance. Here's the project information form and a copy of the floor plans, which were again previously provided to you. Notice to the neighbors was done on 2 separate occasions. One, I had unfortunately listed Bella Vista,
Can you
with,
show your documents?
pardon me?
Why don't you put your documents on, Mr.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was referring to all of them and
Well, you
thought
said
that
you
I
were
was-
nervous because it was like getting married. So I noticed in your face, you did get a little nervous there.
So again, here's the table of contents with everything that I just read off. Copy of the deed, copy of the refusal, copy of the appeal, the PIF form, the set of plans, again, based on the info. And I was up to Exhibit 6, which is our notice to the neighbors. Initially, just not that it's that overly important, but I had initially listed, instead of Cedar Park, I had Bella Vista neighbors, but then I reissued it and it actually says Cedar Park. Copy of the zoning archive, which indicates that the present use is that of 10 rooming units. What I want to do is also show you that prior to that is that the property prior to the zoning units was always a 4-family dwelling. And just to show you that, again, at Exhibit 8A through E, the property right next door is 4 units and has the requisite rental license. The rental license for 6 units is 2 doors down at 906. And then 5 units at 916. And then we have a larger one of 9 units at 90103. So in essence, that would look like there's 2 properties, 4 plus 5, we'll call it. And here's a copy of, or not a copy, these photographs showing that the property was posted. And this is boarded up, and I'll give you the reason why, because it's presently vacant. We were hoping to move this along, and there were individuals that were using the porch as a place to sleep. They were not in, no one was inside, but just to make it safer for the neighborhood, they decided to board up the front. And this is a copy photograph of the neighborhood itself. So it's just south of Baltimore Avenue. And a copy of the tax clearance certificate. And as previously indicated, this is the email that I received, CPN, zoning at CPN, Cedar Park neighbors will not object to the project. And the argument is and also, once I put Mr. Geraldo on, he is not only just the owner, he's also a real estate broker, plus owns a construction company. And his additional argument is that they purchased the property for $365. The cost to convert it back to a single family residence would cost him, in estimation, $424,350 presently in the property. And I can show you, go through some of the photographs if you want, or I can just let you know that, again, there's 63 pages. They've all been submitted. There are 4 water heaters, hot water tanks in here. There are, it's still the use is that of a fraternity house. And again, the one item that Mr. Geraldo indicated to me was that the last property that is similar in size and in the area sold for $500,000. So coming in at $700 and practically $90,000 to bring this up to a livable single family resident is not consistent. One, it's not necessarily consistent with the neighborhood, and additionally, it's significantly a hardship because it's in essence not a saleable property. And with that, I would.
Pasquale, both
Yes.
sides are multi-families?
Yes.
And what are they again?
I'll get back to it. Give me a second. Show you. So 901, which is across the street, is 9 units. Let me get back to the one that you were indicating. 902 is 904, I'm sorry, is 4 units, which is right next door. And 908 is 5. Well, I feel like I'm missing something in here somewhere. 904, 906. Okay,
Right.
So we're 902. So the two properties next to, I would say south of it are 4 and 6.
Okay. All right. Questions from the board?
Yes, do you have a set of plans so we can see how they're going to be laid out? Or no?
Yes, I mean, they were there for obviously informational purposes only because
Gotcha.
they were not necessarily required for, and here
Right.
they are. And if I'll increase the size, and Mr. Geraldo can probably do a better job of letting you know where the again, there's no changes. It's just going to be interior walls are going to be changed and the like. And it looks like there's, but again, he's better at explaining whether it's.
Why don't you bring them on?
Okay.
What's his name?
Carlos Geraldo, Giraldo.
Okay.
He'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you.
I can increase this so that way you can.
Do you know generally the distribution of units to floor? Because right now you're showing the first floor looking like it's going to be.
And that's why I prefer to have him on. So I
just want to know
believe
where the
it's
fourth
going to be
unit is.
one. I thought that my recollection was there was 1 per floor for the first and second floor, but there could be a rear set of floors that is partial. You know,
Do we see his hand?
He's been promoted already.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, good morning. My name is Carlos Giraldo, Carlos
Right.
Giraldo.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Geraldo, I'm going to, for the panel, I'm going to start with, did you hear my testimony this morning?
I did.
Okay. Was it truthful?
It is.
Would you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Okay. There's a question from the board regarding what the layout is going to be for the 4 units in term, because you have what, a 3-story property, correct?
It's a 3-story with an attic. So if I make to the board, the property was used as a fraternity house for many years before being a 4-unit, but it remained mostly as a 4-unit. So there is a set of stairs that were built on the back of the property to comply, I guess, with 1970s code, where they had to be like an escape.
Carlos,
escape
can I
stairs.
interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
The question's very, very simple. What they basically want to know is simply how is the layout of the property?
Okay.
Where, how many units per floor? What does the first floor? How many units are on the first floor? How many units are on the second floor and on the third floor? So if you can inform them of that, I think that'll satisfy the question, but not we'll
That and access to the units. Those are the
Okay,
two
so fast forward. So first floor, 1 unit, basement storage. Second floor, a second unit. Third floor, 2 units, 1 in the front and 1 in the back. 1 main access through the front, and there's a common stairway all the way up. The attic will be used as the HVAC room, and that's about it.
For the studio apartment on the 3rd floor that has the rear stairwell access, how does the tenant access that stairwell?
through the main stairwell. The rear is totally an emergency exit for all floors.
Okay, so looking at your third floor plan here, how do I get from this stair to that studio apartment without walking through the other room or the other unit?
Can we?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Carlos. I'm looking at two sets of stairs, one on the left side of, this is the second floor plan. Sorry, let me get to the
Asked him
third.
that, and he said that that is only for emergency purposes. So my
Correct.
question
So here it is.
how do you get to the studio apartment?
So Pascual, move your cursor to right there. Go a little slower, please, to the main stairway. So to the left a little, to where it says 308. You see the little dotted line, 308?
Yes.
So right there, that is the common hallway. So to the left is the rear unit, and to the right will be the access to the front unit, Tia.
Okay.
Got it. So this is not showing the, because I thought your darker lines was new construction. So this is actually showing existing conditions.
Correct. Yes.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
One comment, Mr. Colavita, I don't think we got a copy of the email from Cedar Park indicating their support. So if you could provide that to the board for our records, that would be appreciated.
Okay. I was under the, I didn't send one to you because I was waiting for the actual letter. But before I even informed that this was an additional exhibit, I thought that I heard that you did receive it.
No, we haven't received anything.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you.
Do you want me to upload it or just forward it?
Upload would be great. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
My other question is there, because this is an RSA 3, is there any off-street accessory parking at the location?
No.
Okay. All right. So that was a missed refusal on the refusal. So I just wanted to note that for the record, if the board does approve this, that refusal is incorporated into its decision. So thank you.
Questions or comments from the audience?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. This property has a documented history of multifamily use dating to at least the 1950s, and the 1942 Works Progress Administration land use maps show that the properties on this block face have been used as multifamily dwellings since at least 1942. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use variance for 4 dwelling units.
MI 2025-004-118-902 South 47th Street. I vote yes.
For Johns, my vote is yes.
Sheriff Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Number 13,
Happy New Year to
MI
everyone.
2025-004-187-1747 West Ontario Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney. There's no RCO letter that we have as of yet. This looks like a legalization.
Recognize the panelist now, Chair.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Morning, council. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, Vern Anastasio, Anastasio.
Do you swear or
On behalf
affirm to
of
tell the
DIN,
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you identify your client?
Yep, it's a DIN Enterprises LLC, and I'll be bringing on Mr. Hung Din to testify.
Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted
Morning.
your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Give me a seat.
Thank you. (1747) West Ontario. It's a corner property. Historically has always had 2 units, and this is what we're trying to do is legalize a duplex, two-family dwelling. Page 36 of the exhibit binder that I sent over clearly shows that there are 3 electric meters, one of them being the public right-of-way, common area. So way back from the 1950s, there's lots of history of there being some sort of commercial on the first floor, well, with candy store, beauty parlor, and the second floor being a one-family dwelling. At some point, that first floor was converted to a living space, not by my client, but he purchased the property and would like to legalize the two-family dwelling. Show you some photos. I do have some interior sketches as well. My client also understands that because with the variance for the two-family dwelling, he will be in fact subject to the International Building Code analysis for a brand new duplex. So it has already 2 mailboxes. It has 2 entrances, actually 3 entrances, but 2 formal entrances. One on the side here that goes into the living room, kitchen area of the first floor. And here through the porch, this door brings you all the way to the second floor. That's the property. I'm going to zoom in on these handmade sketches by the client. The top sketch is just, I guess we would call it a elementary site plan. Ontario Street here is the frontage where the front porch is. 18th Street is on the side. This is the main entrance to the first floor unit, the 18th Street. Here you have a large great room. To the left, you have a bedroom and a bath. To the right, you have a bedroom and then, of course, the front porch. You can go in that way. The second floor is entered from the front porch, the Ontario Street side, and it mirrors very much the same with a living space, kitchen, a room in the rear, and a room in the front. As you can see, both tenants have access to the rear yard, so they can store their trash there as well. And the property is currently vacant. As far as properties around it, this is a corner property. There are 3 other corners. One corner is vacant lot. The other corner is commercial mixed use. And the third corner is multifamily, 3 units, I believe. There are also several other vacant lots on the block. My client did meet with the RCO. I did request some sort of disposition, but I have not heard back from Allegheny West or the other 2 as well. I also copied Mr. Charles Richardson on my request for the RCO position. And with that, if Mr. Hung Din is still on, I would like him to be recognized so he could adopt my testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Din?
The chair and council, I do not see that individual in the virtual audience this morning.
Could he be on the phone, or you would have seen that as well?
Would have seen that as well, sir.
Okay.
You're an officer of the court. We'll accept your testimony.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a few questions. One, is the first floor unit the only unit that has access to the basement?
Yes.
And the basement is going to be used for storage only?
Mechanicals and storage. That's correct.
And then in terms of just for the floor plans, I know they were sketches, but it looks like there's 2 main doors to the side of the property.
Good question. I had this.
I only showed one. I thought, but I could.
No, there's one right here.
Yeah, there's.
Okay.
There's
And
two.
then-
This is off the bedroom. Obviously, it's not considered a main entrance to the apartment. It's just a sort of a rear egress in the event of an issue.
And then
But this,
what's the plan for trash storage?
uh, they both have access to the backyard.
And then how do they both have access to the backyard? Because from the side view, it looks like that's a solid stone wall.
Well, my client has told me that he's going to be putting in a door there so that the second floor tenant could come down the stairs and around to the side and put the trash here.
Okay, I mean, I just like two things. One, obviously, it's a very long way to travel to take out trash, so I do think that that is unlikely, especially given that the trash would mostly get picked up from the front porch street. That's the legal address of the property is going to be on, was that on facing Ontario Street? So
They do pick up on both. I did
They
ask
do pick up on both? Okay.
They do, yeah. I did ask my client that as well. The second floor unit is large enough for a trash closet. So I don't know if that could be if you'd like it to be a proviso, but there's no reason why you can't put a trash closet on that second floor.
I think the only other comment I had was really just about layout. I think to have two units, typically these are gonna go towards families, and to have all the bathrooms only have a shower does limit the ability for a family to be able to functionally exist. I think one of the bathrooms should at least have a tub, but that's it.
He did buy it this way, but duly noted.
Understood,
Thank you.
understood. I'm just,
Yeah.
when we
Yeah,
got the
you don't want to put a
opportunity to
baby in a
comment,
shower. Babies don't like
comment.
taking showers,
They
right?
don't. That's all.
Okay, and my question, on this second floor, what are these room? I mean, is it just one big space here? There bedrooms? Are there bedrooms? I don't.
There's a bedroom back here and a bedroom in the front. Very much like the first floor.
Okay, and then the living space where the kitchen is and all of that, that's where these bathrooms.
Right. This is a little broken up because there's a bathroom in the center here. There's actually two bathrooms, but yeah, this would be the kitchen and the living area.
Okay, thank you.
He wants to basically make it reflective of the lower unit.
Other questions? Thank you. Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up from Antoinette Fullard. I can promote the mic
Sure.
now. They'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you.
Understood.
Good morning. Good morning.
Antoinette Fullard, please unmute and wait to be sworn in.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Could you
Hi,
please state-
sorry. Good,
Sure,
good
that's
morning.
fine. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Antoinine, Antoinene, Fullard, Fullard.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
If possible, could you turn your video on?
Yes.
Internet, are you a neighbor?
No, so I was trying to join. I'm actually calling in from Councilwoman
sure.
Bass's office.
Yep, sure am.
I will be taking over for Charles. So I saw that I can't think of the gentleman's name. I'm sorry.
Mr. Anastasio.
Yes. So
Yeah,
he
Mr.
mentioned
Anastasio.
Mr. Anastasio had mentioned that he was still waiting to hear back from Charles regarding the RCO's position. So I just wanted to hop in just to share that I will get on top of that. I will be on top of that and connect with Mr. Anastasio regarding that now that I am in this position.
Okay, good. And welcome into your new position, your new job, okay?
Thank you so much.
I tend to think we'll be hearing from you a lot.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, sure. Anyone else in the audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2016 and a council requested map change. This property has a documented history of single-family use with a business dating to the 1950s. At some point in its history, an owner appears to have converted the commercial space to a residential unit without the benefit of permits. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance to legalize a second dwelling unit.
MI 2025-004187, 1747 West Ontario Street. I vote yes with proviso. Certificate of occupancy to be obtained.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Is anyone in the audience have their 930 cases not been called?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks, everyone. See everybody at 2 p.m. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Nguyen,
Present, Mr. Chair.
our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also, here's our Board Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying. Any person may enter an appearance to become an interested party. There are 3 ways. You can identify the property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Or you can call the ZBA here to appearance line, a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appealed case. The following guideline is for remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions before the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. If you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, refrain from talking, eating, drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevator. Water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell to the left outside the doors. In case of evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Hart Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 8, MI 2025-004835, 338 to 56 East Allegheny Avenue. This case is continued to 4/15/26 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Doreen, and I will be your co-host today, and I see no hands.
Thank you. We do have 2 cases. Do not have exhibits. MI 2025-001574, 1101 to 1111 West Allegheny Avenue. J and June Holdings LLC are the listed owners. No exhibits, second listing.
There are no hands, Chair.
So this is the second listing. We do know that a lawyer recently withdrew from the case. So MI 2025-001-574-1101 to 11 West Allegheny Avenue. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
I win, my vote is to dismiss.
I have a second case here, MI 2025-001-575-4026 Palmetto Street. Carlos Fernandez and Rafael Perlatamato are the listed owners. This is the second listing. We have no exhibits. The attorney has recently withdrawn her appearance.
There are no hands, Chair.
So MI 2025-001-575-4026 Palmetto Street, I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
I win, my vote is to dismiss.
I'll be right back. Here's our add-on cases. Number one, MI 2024-007-588, 4361 to 63 North 9th Street. The vote in this matter has been postponed pending a receipt of an amended refusal that includes all the uses discussed at the hearing. Number two, MI 2025-003-964, 3137 Robbins Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
No, she said it's.
I win, my vote is yes.
I had checked on that. Number three, MI 2025-003-967, 5112 Willows Avenue. I vote yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes to reconsideration and rehearing.
Number four, MI 2025-002-787, 2230 West Ontario Street. I vote no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Michael Johns, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
And number five is a revote from this morning. So MI 2024-001-941, 531517 Chancellor Street. I vote no with proviso per amended refusal dated January 5th, 2025. I'm sorry, December 5th, 2025.
Michael Johns, my vote is no with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no with proviso.
I win, my vote is no with proviso.
We're going to go to our regular list today, and I usually try to jump around when the attorneys are here, but I'm going to have to take the list as it works out today. So your case will be called in due time. So number one.
Pardon the interruption. Chair, pardon the interruption. This is Ian Haggerty, Executive Director. I just wanted to allow the Spanish interpreter that we had retained for,
Sure.
I believe it was 4026 Palmetto Street, just to let them know that they're dismissed from the meeting since that case was dismissed. Thank you very much, interpreter. You can be dismissed.
Thank you, interpreter. All right, so Number one, MI 2025-001-573, 2505 East Venango Street. Eric Carroll is the attorney. Do we see Mr. Carroll in the audience?
Yes, Chair, he's been promoted. Excuse me
Okay,
for that.
thank you.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Eric, E-R-I-C, Carroll, C-A-R-R-O-L-L, and I am here on behalf of the applicant, Moniketta Coates, who should also be joining, who is the contractor for the owner, James Mayberry.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
No, actually, there is an issue with the refusal. The plans that were submitted call for ground floor commercial and one residential unit on the second floor. It's a two-story building. The refusal, one of the refusal states, proposed use two-family household living not permitted in this residential district. We're only applying for one family residential, again, on the second floor, commercial on the first floor.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the property that brings us here today is 2505 East Venango Street. That is in the Port Richmond section of the city. We're not proposing to alter the building in any way. This is a two-story building with 23-foot frontage on a roughly 1,600 square foot lot. It's been used as ground floor commercial with residential on the second floor for decades. I will. So all we're really doing is.
Why don't you put your documents up?
That's what I'm. Yeah. Okay. So this is 2505 East Venango. As you can see, the ground floor looks to be commercial. The second floor has been long residential. For a long time, the ground floor property was occupied by a business called J&R Tool. We think that was there for decades. My client and the owner of the property just want to renovate the building. And as I said, we're seeking to legalize a long-standing use. This property to the left is, if you're looking at the property, to the left is commercial. To the right is a vacant lot. If you go north and west from this property up towards Aramingo Avenue, it's all commercial. So this property sits right on the edge of a commercial area and a residential area. And while our property here is zoned RSA 5, it really, like I said, it is bordering that commercial property.
Excuse me, Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
This is Hillary, Board Counsel. I just had a clarification questions on the refusal. So it says it's for vacant commercial space. Is there a particular commercial use approved? Because with this property being zoned RSA 5, you would have, for any commercial use, you would have to come back to the board for another variance. The board cannot grant a variance for vacant commercial space.
No, we understand that and we're okay with that. The owner just wants to get the zoning in place on the commercial versus residential, but any use for the ground floor commercial, we don't have a tenant line, or the owner doesn't have a tenant lined up. But once that's done, the tenant will have to understand that they'll have to come back for some sort of a use variance.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. Just want to make sure that we're all on the same page on that. Thank you.
Yes. No, we understand. Yes. So here's the deed. This property is owned by James Mayberry. My client, Moniketta Coates, is his contractor. The plans have been submitted. As you can see, the ground floor just 69 feet long, and will be all commercial. Pretty basic. We're just, delivering a vanilla shell for the commercial, and then the tenant will have to do what they want with it. Second floor, this is the residential unit. So we'll have a living space, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bathroom. And as I discussed, there's only 1 residential unit, not 2. My client had posted the notices of this hearing on the front of the property. Tax clearance certificate was submitted. Oh, that's not this. And my client's contract with the owner was not submitted in advance, but if that's necessary, we can certainly produce that. So we're just asking the boards for a variance allowing a ground floor commercial with a 1-unit residential on the second floor. And my client did have an RCO meeting scheduled with the Port Richmond neighbors. She had appeared, but it was not able to move forward. And if necessary, she can testify to what occurred there.
We understand. Why don't you bring your client on?
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Your video is still off, Ms. Coates.
Okay, I'm trying to get it on right now.
As you're doing that, why don't you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Moniquetta Coates, Moniquetta.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, you are a general contractor, correct?
Yes.
And the owner of 2505 East Venango Street, James Mayberry, hired you to renovate this property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present on this Zoom during my presentation to the board?
Yes.
Okay. Did you listen to all the facts I testified to?
Yes.
Were they truthful and accurate to your knowledge?
Yes.
If you were to testify here today, would you adopt my testimony as your own?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
I do have, if the board is inclined to grant, I do have a proviso prepared that addresses what is actually being requested in this case, since the refusal is incorrect.
When I vote, I'll say.
Yes, sure. Sure.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
No hands in the virtual audience.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMYBOYD.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the residential single-family attached zoning at this location. There is no evidence that the mixed use was constructed with the benefit of permits, and there are no unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variances for multiple principal uses and commercial use.
MI 2025-001-573-2505 East Venango Street. I vote yes with proviso.
Sure. Approved use is vacant commercial space on the first floor, use registration required prior to occupancy, and single-family household living above.
Michael Jones, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Thank you, and board.
Okay. Number 4, MI 2025-003-848, 502-04 South Juniper Street. David Orphanides is the attorney.
David Orphanides is coming back in as a panelist.
Yeah, I'm going to give them to you. What's that? Okay. What's she saying?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Certainly. My name is David Orphanides. Last name is spelled Orphanides.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, is the owner of the other property present?
Let's see. Let's find out. Is Donna or John DeStefano present? You could raise your hand.
They're online?
Yes, they are in the audience, and I will promote one of
No,
them
you don't have
left.
to promote them, right? Do you want them on now and get them on the record, Hillary?
It might not be a bad idea. I mean, the board can ask them what questions they need to ask them. I think the board has more questions of them than I do. But I'd be happy to
All right, well, why don't
have them
why-
state their position regarding this matter.
Why don't we bring them on?
Sure.
Or at least one of them.
Sure.
Donna Stefano has been promoted.
Donna?
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Good
Donna,
afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
It's Donna DeStefano, DONNA, DESTEFANO.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just for the record, could you state your address?
1330 Lombard Street, Philadelphia, PA, 19147.
All right, so just for the record, our attorney has just a few questions. How's that?
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Stefano. Thank you for taking the time to come on. We just wanted to be clear, since this is a case that involves a line adjustment that involves two properties with different owners, that one, you were aware of the proceedings today, what is being requested by your neighbor in terms of
I am aware.
of the
Do you want me
line
to
adjustment.
respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I was informed by Mr. Orphanides that there was a correction needed to the deeds. These properties were one property on one deed at one time, and when the deeds were separated, they were inaccurately recorded. I had some things back and forth with this owner in the past, and I do have some concerns, but I would look forward to them building, provided they take care of the property that's adjacent to them, which is my property. I have had several issues in the past and would like to make sure that those will be addressed and things would be taken into consideration. I was informed that the property lines would need to be changed, and I don't know if, and I am a real estate broker. There was no agreement of sale that was done to transfer those property lines or agree to change those property lines for any fee or anything like that. So I'm not looking to pay a fee for them. They've made the suggestion for the changes. I don't know the numbers. I don't know how that will end up, but I would like to see something happen. I was disappointed that the building was knocked down in the garage. I don't know where they stand at this point with moving forward.
Okay. All right. That is helpful. And I think the main concern here was that the property lines would be adjusted. As you said, they were one property, they were divided, and then it is the board's understanding that the way that they were laid out in the deeds was incorrect, and that would require a correction.
Right. And I was also informed that I would not be absorbing any of these costs. There are also other costs that have been absorbed by me in the past for this building, for this lot next door, and also recently, as per requested by Jay Ernst, the current owner, and haven't been reimbursed for. So I don't know how that will proceed, but I was given assurances that I would be reimbursed for moving drains, and I had lines that were removed without me even knowing or telling me they were going to be removed, giving me time to remove them. So I would like to have notification when things get done.
All right, that is certainly understandable. And obviously any arrangements that you make with you and the neighbor, not subject to the board's purview, but we do wanted to
Correct. And I don't have a problem with them moving forward.
Okay, all right. Well, that is the biggest question that we had. Is we wanted to make sure it was clear.
Yes.
So we do thank you for coming on. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to say now, or if you have any comments at public comment, you could.
No, I just wanted that to be on the record that I would hope to be reimbursed, and I'm not going to continue to do work without being reimbursed for it, for what they need.
Understood. Understood. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Orphanides, have I
Thank you.
sworn you in yet?
Yes.
I
All right,
believe
let's
so.
put- Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My client's name is James Ernst. He goes by J. Ernst, and also now he is going by J. DeChico. But on the deed, it's James Ernst, and he is here today.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I submitted everything except for the tax clearance, which we submitted, I believe, yesterday.
Okay. All right. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I waive the reading and stipulate to its accuracy, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Share your screen and begin your case.
There's a
Sure,
letter of
thank you.
non-opposition from Washington Square West and also the council member Esquilla.
Okay. Hopefully you can all see my screen. Again, my name is David Orphanides, and I'm representing Jay Ernst, who you've heard referenced by the neighbor, the owner of one of the owners of 1330 Lombard Street. In this photograph, this is the current condition of the property. The vacant lot with the bricks and the paving is my client's property. There's an alley here to the left that runs off of Juniper Street. This is Juniper Street in the foreground. The Ms. DeStefano and her husband, John, own the property to the right with the green trim around the windows, which is 1330 Lombard Street. Historically, there was a garage located closest to 1330 and then a three-story building located to the south of that, all having the address of 502 to 04 South Juniper Street. The matter of the issue that the board's counsel and Mr. Stefano spoke about at the beginning of this proceeding was that back in 2009, 1330 was purchased by Lombard Capital LLC. And at that time, the property legal description, and I'll use an aerial image here. The legal description included, let me zoom in a little bit, extended from Lombard Street all the way to the alley that I showed in that initial picture. The full width of 1330, the building that presently stands there, all the way to the alley. What happened is in 2009, Lombard Capital LLC purchased the property and then subsequently sold off the back, the garage and the three-story building to the rear to Ronald Hyman. Now, in that deed, there was included a legal description for the property that it was 41 feet from the southwest corner of Lombard, and then it was 34 feet on the frontage of South Juniper, and then went 18 feet deep. Now, after that time, the same Lombard Capital LLC sold the property, the front property, or what everybody thought was the front property, to the DeStefanos. Now, that original deed, and that was June 13th of 2008, so he sells off, or Lombard Capital LLC sells off the back portion with the legal description for the garage and the house at the back, and then subsequently sells 1330 Lombard. Now, that deed did not have a legal description with it, but subsequently the DeStefanos recorded a legal description with the deed from themselves to themselves that extended from Lombard Street to the alley, the original legal description, which is the legal description that was in the deed for Lombard Capital LLC when they purchased it. My client purchases a property, as you can see in the deed here, on October 18th, 2016, and then sometime thereafter starts the process of getting approvals from the city of Philadelphia to demolish the structures that are located on them because they are imminently dangerous. They were designated as such by LNI, and to thereafter construct a single-family dwelling with a garage in the same location of where the garage was previously. My client went to the Philadelphia Historical Commission because the property is both located in a historic district and individually designated, and he secured the approval of the Historical Commission to demolish the building and to thereafter construct the structure that is going to be built today. And I can show you here are the plans that were approved by the Historic Commission. Those are the same plans and same renderings that we are presenting to you today, and that my client subsequently submitted a zoning permit application to construct this property. The problem was when they submitted the zoning permit application, the physical dimensions of this vacant lot from the back of 1330 to the alley doesn't match up with the deed that was transferred from Lombard Capital LLC for 502 to I-504 South Juniper Street. This area from the back of the building to the alley is actually smaller. So the zoning drawings that were originally submitted to LNI resulted in an RFI where the examiner rightly said, your zoning drawings, the size of the building, the footprint of the building doesn't match your deed. Well, that started us on a whole journey with the survey district, the second survey district, to come up with the survey plan that we eventually submitted to LNI, which you see here, and which the Stefanos had seen, which essentially calls for the relocation of lot lines for what's known as 1330, and everybody has acted that's being 1330, which is the building located at the southwest corner of Lombard and South Juniper, and drawing the property line between that 1330 and 502 or 504 at the rear of the building that you see right here in the picture. Then I'll have to zoom back out. Right here. So part of this application is, and the reason why the board wanted to hear from the DeStefanos is to relocate the lot line for both properties here. Right now, the lot line is at 502, 504 is actually bigger, the legal description, and the lot line is 3 feet 9 inches under the building of 1330. So we want to correct that, and the building that's to be built is from the back of the building to the alley, which is shown on the survey plan. So the application, other than relocating the lot lines to put the common property line at the rear of the building at the southwest corner of Lombard and South Juniper, is to construct a single-family dwelling, as I mentioned. It's 4 stories tall. It has a garage that is in the same location of the curb cut. Because the frontage, the wide part, is across Juniper Street, and as mentioned, the depth of the alley, the depth of the property is only 18 feet deep. The existing garage went the full depth of the lot, and the existing 3-story structure extended the full depth, the full 18 feet for most of its footprint. So we simply wanted to, my client has applied to build a building that similarly runs from the front, from Juniper Street all the way to the back, now occupying 100% of the lot. And that has generated the refusal that we are here for today, which is simply that with a lot that's less than 45 feet, that it needs to have a 7-foot rear yard depth, and obviously we have none. Again, the existing building that you can see here from the Sanborn maps, if I can pull those up here, if I zoom in, shows here is the building that used to exist. This is in 1916. Before there was a garage, and you can see the building extending the full depth. It's a little harder to see in the Sanborn map from 1946, but you can see here 1951, where after the garage was constructed, again, that the existing buildings, let me go up here. Oops, sorry, I have to go slowly. Here you see, And here you see both the garage and the building extending the full depth of the lot, the full 18 feet. That's the width of both 1330, and then the depth of 502 to 504. We did, as mentioned, we appeared before the Washington Square West Civic Association. That we received a unanimous letter of non-opposition. And you can see that letter here at tab A1. And you can see the vote was 10 to 0 to not oppose. And then we, based upon that letter from Washington Square West Civic Association, we received a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Squilla's office. Real quickly, the property was posted in conformance with the requirements of the zoning code. You can see those pictures here. They even withstood all the winds we've had over the last couple of weeks. And there was the proper 14303 notice that was sent out to the list of addresses that we secured from the Planning Commission's link regarding the Washington Square West Civic Association meeting on July 22nd, 2025, and our original zoning board hearing of October 29th, 2025. The posting was done with the posting, the photos of that I showed you, the posting of the property were for today's hearing. They weren't from the prior posting for the prior hearing. Tab G has our tax clearance, and again, you can see my client has legally changed his name from James Ernst to James DeChico, and we have that clearance here. Real basically, here's the color renderings again that were provided to Historic Commission that we're presenting to you again today. It was thoroughly reviewed by the Historic Commission. It was approved. It wasn't the original design, but this is the design that was ultimately arrived at through the various meetings with the Architectural Committee and the full commission. You can see here a section of the property. It's pretty, obviously, it's not very deep. Every square foot is important, but you can see how it's been designed. We don't have a pilot house on top. We have an open staircase leading to the roof deck to lower the visual appearance of it, because we have gone the full 38 feet to squeeze in the full the 4 stories. But you can see here from across the street, there's no visibility of the roof deck. That's also located on top of the proposed structure. And we also have the floor plans you can see here. Very, very, very limited in the amount of square footage, as I've mentioned. So in terms of the refusal for rear yard depth, there's not a lot of lot area to work with here. It's a very small lot, and we're using all of that, but we're not impacting any of the surrounding properties. The depth of the property goes up to against the side of another building. And then we don't have any windows in that side facing east. We don't have any windows in the rear of 1330 facing south. And there are no windows in the building across the alley to the south of us facing north. So we won't impact the air and light any more than was previously impacted with the structure that we're looking to construct at this property. With that, I would have my client adopt my statements. James Ernst could be promoted to a panelist. Hello?
Mr. Ernst, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hello,
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
James DeChico, JamesDicicco.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Counsel?
Sure. And James, I'm sorry that I keep calling you James Ernst, but that is still what's reflected on the deed. And I know that legally you changed your name.
It's
so I
all right. It's been
apologize.
40 years. I can handle it.
All right. So James, thank you for coming today. Did you hear that you own this property, 502-504 South Juniper Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear the statements that I made to the board today?
Yes, I did.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And would you adopt them as your own?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Questions
Thank you.
from the board?
Yeah. Do you know what the height of the buildings to either side of the new structure will be?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The heights of the buildings to either side to the roof?
I don't know the heights of those structures, no. But we are proposing a dimensionally compliant building at 38 feet tall that has been reviewed and approved by the Historic Commission.
Okay.
I mean, you can see that 1330 is is getting pretty close. I mean, obviously we've constructed an additional story, 4 stories, so we're going to be taller than the buildings to either side. So you can see that here.
And 1330 does have these extended chimneys as well that reach the same height as our building.
Yeah, I mean that'll all be done as far as whether the status of the chimneys at 1330. That'll be all handled pursuant to the building codes.
Okay, yeah.
Other questions from the board? Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience?
No hands. Oh, Chair, there's a hand just went up.
Sure.
And that hand is, oh, that was Donna DiStefano.
Well, she already testified. Am I correct? We're going to bring her back on. All right, bring her back on. Sure.
Donna, you have been promoted.
Donna? Ms. Stefano?
Anna, can you unmute yourself, please?
Donna, unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I thought I was unmuted.
Sure,
My
Sure.
apologies.
Do me a favor. You've already been sworn, but just for the record, state your name.
Donna DiStefano.
Okay, and you have additional information?
That wall that you mentioned, James, is a parapet wall with nothing behind it. It's just the peak that was part of the historical. And that we talked about that door and the 3 feet, whatever it was the stairway. I do appreciate David saying that he would follow the zoning as far as the L&I, I'm sorry, not zoning, the L&I regarding the height and any kind of chimney, because I stated before, I don't know if there's any chimney there or not, but I would be looking forward to seeing what happens with the new building going up. So as long as everything is followed, I have no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience?
There are no more hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current RM1 residential multifamily. The condition of the 18-foot depth of parcel B at 502-204 Juniper Street is existing and presents a unique physical condition that would prevent the property from complying with the rear yard setback requirement. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for rear yard depth.
Thank you. MI 2025-003-848, 502-204 South Juniper Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much.
All right. Number 5, MI 2025-004-752, 1551 North Franklin Street. William O'Brien is the attorney. There's a letter of opposition from APM. Mr. O'Brien, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Is the mic on?
There we go.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William O'Brien, William, O'Brien, Obrien, from the Manayunk Law Office.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
My client is Gentian Kadru. Gentian is in the virtual audience.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, the exhibits are presented, and then yesterday I supplemented with one additional page.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed, please.
God bless you.
Bless you.
I'm looking for the link to share my screen and I don't see it. Should be at the bottom of the page.
Oh, I don't know if you're on the declaration. You have to be able to do, yeah, you're not a template.
Okay, just raise my hand. Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're coming up now. There you go.
Okay, so here's the refusal. The property is at the corner of, I think it's Oxford and Franklin Streets. The building was built the CO was issued in 2020. A zoning permit, as noted on the refusal, was issued in 2017 when the property was zoned CMX2. So a four-story building was erected pursuant to that and the permit, as it says, first floor had to be commercial and limited to those uses in table 148022 that did not require parking. So to that end, there were two apartments that consumed the second and third floor were rented. And the first floor space was rented, I think, in late 21, early 22 to an office use. They rented for a little over a year, went into a month-to-month lease. Mr. Kadru terminated the lease. He had some complaints from the residential tenants about the noise that commercial tenant generated, and then began looking for a new tenant. Last year, he found a nail salon that wanted to come in, and then he found out when he made an application that the zoning had changed. We did have an RCO meeting. There were 8 persons that attended. 1 was in support, 3 had no opinion, and 4 were opposed. Mr. Kadru stipulated to this RCO that he chose personal services because he thought it would serve the community, serve the neighborhood. Hair salon, nail salon, barber shop, and stipulated that uses such as tattoo parlor or piercing salon would be excluded. He's not going to go anywhere near there. They're destination uses. He just wants a use that will help serve this neighborhood personal services. Let me show you the building. Okay, so that's the 4-story building. The top 3 floors are 2 apartments, and then the first floor commercial space. This is just a different angle. That's Franklin Street in the foreground. The rear of the building. That's Oxford Street, and you can see in the background there is another commercial use, first floor commercial use in the next block. So this commercial use is not foreign to the immediate neighborhood. The interior space of this commercial unit, this is the first floor. Bear with me while I try to get the right size. Okay, so this is the first floor looking towards Franklin Street with the entrance there in the right corner. Same floor looking at the entrance, which you're to your left to the back of that first floor. Bathroom on the first floor. This is the ground floor looking with Franklin Street to your back, and this is looking towards Franklin Street. This is the zoning permit that was issued in 2017. I can get it to come over. This is page 14 of the package. And the following page 15 is the certificate of occupancy that was issued in 2020. If I can ask my client to raise his hand.
When you went to the RCO, what was the reason?
As they mentioned in their letter, they thought it would be more appropriate to be used for like a nonprofit educational purpose. My client's not able to do that.
Okay, why don't you bring your client one?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kadri, would you raise your hand?
He's been promoted. Mr. Quadru, can you unmute, please? Gentian Quadru, can you unmute yourself, please?
He's not hearing anything he says. Okay, you're an officer of the court, and we'll take your testimony. all right?
I spoke to Gentian on the way here, and he asked.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, he's unmuted now.
Okay, sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Gentian?
He's probably having technical difficulties.
Gentian?
Let's go. I don't have my phone, but I can get my phone and call him, if that would be.
What would that? No, well, you're an officer of the court.
Yes.
We will take your testimony.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate that I spoke to Mr. Kadru on the way here, and he asked me to make it clear that he absolutely wants nothing to do whether you want to adopt as a provisor or not, but nothing to do with tattoo salons.
Yeah, I got it. Wait a minute, here he is now. Now.
Mr. Kadru?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Gentian Kadriu, Gentian, last name Kadriu.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Mr. Kadru, were you in the virtual audience during my presentation?
Yes.
And did you hear my testimony?
Yes.
Is it truthful?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I guess my question is personal services meaning what? You say what you won't have there. What are we talking about here? And do you have any specific clients who are planning to?
There was a nail salon that wanted to lease it last year. And when Mr. Kadru went to get a permit for it, that's when he found out that it changed. That tenant is gone. They had to find another space. They couldn't wait for this process to end. So whether it's a nail salon, a hair salon, a barber, it's going to be something that will serve this community. It won't be a destination personal service like tattoos or piercings.
And how can we limit the types of, there's no agreement in place like with the community or anything. I mean, we can't say what personal services maybe. I mean, you'd have to get some kind of permissions to have it, I'm sure. But I mean, how are you planning to?
Well, there's a
make
record
sure that
of this commitment that my clients made that it will not be anything to do with tattoos or piercings. It's going to be a personal service such as hair salon, barber, nail salon that will serve this immediate neighborhood.
Okay.
I think because so if we don't have if we don't have a specific use, like it's going to be nail salon, hair salon yet, then we can't provide the specific use. However, body art services is a separate subcategory under personal services. So we could proviso no body art services.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a question, just because I can see that there was some opposition in the neighborhood and was wondering if you could elaborate about what happened at the RCO meeting and any feedback that you guys received from the community.
Reading their letter, perhaps I didn't make it clear. I tried to explain that the hardship is that this building is really very, very new and was designed according to the current code 5 years ago. And as you can see at the end of their second paragraph, the owner is now requesting to revert the zoning back to CMX2. Of course, we're not trying to do that. And I think there may have been some people in the audience at the RCO meeting that was concerned that we were trying to change what they had worked hard on in changing the zoning district. And we're not trying to do that, but we're kind of stuck with a non-conforming building and want to have it occupied.
And I think my second question is just curious as to why limit it to personal services instead of consider any other retail use?
Well, I guess that was his frame of, I should elaborate. The application was made by my client.
Okay.
And when he made the application, he had a tenant that was personal services.
Well, I mean, he's here. So I guess the question now would be like, why limit the commercial space use to personal services?
That's the application, that's the refusal. If he can't find a tenant, then I may be back here.
Yep, okay.
But he feels confident that he can find a tenant, yeah.
All right, understood.
Anything else from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
I just wanted to note that I think there may be a refusal missing for multiple principal uses now that the zoning's been changed from CMX2 to RSA 5. So if the board does grant, that would be incorporated into the variance.
Duplex use.
No, the fact that it was CMX before, so it had both commercial and residential, but now it's RSA 5, which only allows one principal use per lot, and there's multiple principal uses proposed. So just wanted to note that for the record.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
There are no hands in the virtual audience.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RSA 5 residential single family. In 2017, this property was remapped from CMX2 commercial mixed use in accordance with the comprehensive plan. The property received a zoning permit by right under the CMX2 zoning in 2017 for two-family and vacant commercial. This presents a unique physical condition or circumstance of the property that would prevent the ground floor from being used for residential, and personal services are allowed by right under the CMX2 zoning. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for personal services.
So MI 2025-004752, 1551 North Franklin Street, I vote yes. And could our council give us a proviso?
Sure. Proviso, no body art service.
Thank you.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
council. Number 6, MI 2025-004805, 1515 East Passyunk Avenue. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. Nachumson, number one, we haven't seen you in a new year. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Okay. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Alan Nachumson, A-L-A-N, last name Nachumson, N-O-C-H-U-M-S-O-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Jordan Griska, the owner of the property.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, and share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, thank you.
And there's a letter of non-opposition from Passyunk Square Civic Association, also non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. And there's other signatures from the block.
All right, so we're here to present 1515 East Passyunk Avenue. This is a property, a two-story property at the corner of Greenwich and East Passyunk. We have 12 exhibits in our packet, and to my left is Mr. Griska, the owner of the property. First exhibit's the notice of refusal. So it's strange, you know, you're on East Passyunk Avenue and you have an RSA 5 property, and that's why we're here today. There's a long history of single family above and commercial on the ground floor. We're seeking a variance to allow for CMX 2.5 zoning here, which is in line with the character of the neighborhood. We have two refusals. First, for the CMX 2.5 zoning, which is not allowed in the RSA 5 district, as well as no more than one principal use is allowed in the RSA 5 zoning district. So as the chairman stated, we have a letter of non-opposition from the Passyunk Square Civic Association. Both the community and the actual committee itself voted unanimously in support of this project, or non-opposition this project. With that, I also have a letter of non-opposition from the district council member. And then we have a petition, a pretty extensive petition by Mr. Griska of nearby occupants of properties, along with letters of support as well. So just trying to get through this. Decent amount, still going. All right. Again, the property history here. In 2011, there was a temporary variance granted for professional office use on the ground floor with single family above. In 2000, it was a thrift store with single family above. And in 1957, it was a radio repair service store with single family above. Maps of the area, again, here we are on the corner of Greenwich and Passyunk, and you can see here we are lined with CMX 2.5 properties other than this block for some reason, which is definitely out of character to East Passyunk Avenue. Photographs of the property. There is one accessory parking spot in the garage, which is legal. This is the front of the property since 2009. This is the proof of posting. Passyunk to the right of the property, to the left of the property, Greenwich to the right of the property, and to the left of the property. Interior photos. This property looks like it hasn't been updated since the 70s. Then our plans and drawings pretty simple here. This is from East Passyunk. You have the commercial unit. You have the garage that you saw. From East Passyunk, there's a secondary door that goes up to a flight of steps where you have an open floor plan. Well, you have 2 bedrooms and an open floor plan, living room, kitchen, bathroom. And then in the basement level is the commercial storage. RCO meeting notice. We met on October 14th at 7 p.m. We notified 148 addresses of the community meeting. These are the list. This is proof of mailing. Our application for appeal to the ZBA. Our deed to the property showing that Mr. Griska is the owner of the property. And then finally, our tax clearance certificate, which I'm trying to get to, is here. Well, it shows there's a balance. It's because of 2026 taxes, which are not due until March 31st. I will stop sharing my screen, and I would ask that Mr. Griska be sworn in.
Sure. Why don't you pull it closer to you a little bit? Yep. Yeah. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name's Jordan Griska, JordanGriska.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yes, Jordan, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from RSA 5 residential single family to CMX 2.5 commercial mixed use. This block is surrounded by a commercial quarter, and there is another commercial mixed use on the corner of this property. The proposed use would be allowed under the recommended zoning. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for multiple principal uses and CMX commercial uses.
Thank you. MI 2025-004805, 1515 East Passyunk Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
Thank
Council.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Alan,
I
any,
vote
yeah,
yeah.
you're here.
Yeah.
And then you're going to step out a little bit.
Thank you.
Back, right. So number 7, MI 2025-004808, 814 South 13th Street. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. We have a letter of strong unanimous opposition from Hawthorne. Several different comments here. Just for the record, could you state your name because you've already been sworn?
Alan Nachumson.
And can you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is 16X7 LLC, and to my left is Jackie Zhang, its member.
And our vice chair has just a few questions, Al.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. So these visitor accommodation cases are tough sometimes because you have people who don't want like temporary visitors nearby in the residential neighborhoods. But again, my philosophy in zoning variance law in Philadelphia is this: if you walk by the property built or used as proposed, does it stick out like a sore thumb, or is it something that fits more so with the fabric of the neighborhood? So are there other visitor accommodation Airbnbs? There are. So it's not out of character here. And I do believe because the uniqueness of this property, which my client purchased a few years ago, leads it to be like for visitor accommodation use. So we'll review first the 12 exhibits, that we have here, and I have my client here. We're going to go a little bit out of order because we want to direct each point that the community made. I will say this: while the people in the community who attended the community meeting were against this use of visitor accommodations, we did actually petition the neighborhood, and the property owner to the left and right of us are actually in support of this project. So again, we're actually, and by the way, the zoning classification CMX1. So it's not like we're dealing with an RSA 5 property here. This is a mixed-use commercial property, which is littered with different type of multifamily structures, at least from a zoning classification. So you have to really take that into account when you're deciding whether to have visitor accommodations, because again, we're not taking a single family zoning classification and going and transforming it into visitor accommodations. So the letter was, pretty harsh. They're not just unanimously opposed with strong prejudice. That's the first I've seen. So, but again, I live in a neighborhood just like the people here. So I would be upset if things weren't done the right way. And nothing's perfect, whether it's long term or short term. Anytime you're renting a property, it could be bad. Listen, I've had situations where there was a renter living next to me long term, and I had to deal with that renter for 1 year. And it was a bad renter. And I told the property owner to, that this is a bad renter. But I had to suffer a year. Are there situations where you may have a bad renter short term? Yes. But again, do you have a bad renter for 1 day, or do you have a bad renter for 1 year? You got to balance that off. So first one was, the first comment was about the illegal short-term rental operation. My client got a limited lodging license. She didn't understand that you can't get that, right? It's a term of art. You can get a limited lodging license if that is your primary residence and you want to rent a room. She didn't understand that. She came to my firm. It's not like she has a violation against the property. She must have read something somewhere where that was not allowed, and then she decided to proactively, not ask for forgiveness, ask for permission to like do this. So it's not like she's reacting to a violation notice. She could have went under the radar screen still, and she chose not to. The density, right? So when she purchased this property, it was 4 bedrooms. She added a 5th bedroom there, and and there was some living down even in the basement level. And we said to her, listen, you can't put the people in the basement, right? So she immediately got rid of that. After the community meeting, I said, listen, if you're going to have a true hardship here, you had 4 bedrooms here, like that's out of character to have 4 bedrooms in any row home in Philadelphia. Like you're going to need to revert that 5th bedroom back to a 4th to a living room, right? So that's what she's prepared to do for purposes of today. But she's not renting out the lower level like they were saying, continuing. She stopped doing that. And she discontinued any Airbnb use, upon our advice, as soon as we were hired. Let's see, blocking. Customer service properties mismanagement. She had, so 2 doors down had an issue with someone who couldn't figure out how to open the door. It's unfortunate. My client has now updated like their materials to provide good instructions on how to use the Airbnb. So it's not mismanaged. They have a professional manager who's behind us, who manages, who's managing her property now. Trash. Again, it's Airbnb. It's, you go in the day, they clean up, they take the trash with them. It's probably less trash than if you had a single family home. So, but that's their model now, or will be now. In terms of fire safety and egress, whether it's being used long-term or short-term accommodations, it's the same type of egress. Parking, again, a lot of times when you have people from out of town, who go on vacation, they don't have a car. They're like flying in from the airport. They come in, they don't have a car. They're using Uber and Lyft. I think it's more likely someone who uses this property is going to not have a car than someone who uses this property with 4 bedrooms and who will likely have 1, if not 2 cars. And then the character. They're saying it's being used as a hostel. I don't believe that's the case. I think they're using it as an Airbnb. So that's up to the board to decide. So my client, in response, if I can get to it, the feedback, right? So originally she had trash cans out in the front, which is not appropriate. She moved them out to the back, right? And showing that in 2 different ways. There was an issue about there was no number on the wall of the facade of the building structure. She put a number in there, so there wouldn't be any mischaracterization or misunderstanding of which was their property. And, again, putting even notices about smoking, about no neighbor disturbances, and for help, here's a direct phone number. And then she also put, she has a property manager, bespoke stay, right? And they put a noise monitoring system in there. So if it goes above a certain level, they are then informed of that. And just like, these landlords get rated as a good landlord or a bad landlord, unlike long-term accommodations, there's a system in place with all these websites where tenants get rated as well. And, again, with that unfortunate incident was more someone was confused. I don't know how to get into my property. They weren't a bad tenant. It was just, they just were just, to somewhat disruptive. And then it just shows the example of like the noise monitoring system. And then she even went out of her way to like clean the street itself. She felt so bad. She was like, I feel so bad if I cause any harm here. She actually cleaned a decent portion of the neighborhood. Like she hired people to do that. She felt horrible about it. And she wouldn't have purchased this property if she knew she had to go through this variance process where there's a shot she won't get it. Because at 4 bedrooms, again, the hardship would, she would have to change the structure of this in the inside of this property. But anyway, these are just pictures of her cleaning up. And then during the first snowstorm, she actually shoveled it as well. out of her own pocket. She just felt really, really, really bad. And that was what was it previously. And then she created a brochure, right, to give instructions about like what the house is about, what the neighborhood's about, like who to contact, making sure there was complete communication, direct communication with them. And then she did have a petition, and you can see here's 812 South 13th Street, a lot of the close crosswalk streets of Christian Street, 13th Street. I think she has Catherine, she has a little bit of Webster. Then she has the letter as well, is 816, which is the other side of her property. And a couple other properties on 13th Street. We try to stay within the affected area. And then it's not out of character to have Airbnbs. You can see we're not that far from Broad Street. It gives an alternative of like, you know, living in a neighborhood, something a little bit different, rather than going to the DoubleTree or somewhere else. And by the way, what we see a lot of times with Airbnbs is overflow during the holidays. You know, these are smaller places, 2,000 square feet or less. You know, you don't have a place to have your grandma or your mom or your sibling. And it's another place for overflow for the families that live in that neighborhood. And then you can see the mixed zoning here. We're on the line of CMX1. There's a ton of RM1. So again, this is not from a zoning classification like a straight single family neighborhood. Are there single family structures? Of course there are. And then photographs of the property, proof of posting, South 13th Street to the right and to left, interior photos, and they keep it very clean. And then just so you understand, this was as is when they purchased it. The only thing they did was put this little wall here for an extra bedroom. They want to take this out because they want a living area created. You know, here's a kitchen and a living area created. This is just for storage. And then there's bedrooms. And they do rent these by the room, just so you understand. So I asked, you know, Jackie, you know, what's the occupancy level typically? She's like, it's at any time probably like around at most 60%. So, but it's just for people who just want a place to stay, a bedroom, and then they have a common area. And I think it's a better way to like open this up so they have a living area as well. And then this is our meeting notice.
Just to be clear,
Yeah.
at one point you said she was using the basement to put people to?
I want to ask her.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll ask her that.
Okay.
And then we would agree to a proviso, obviously no lower level living. Proof of mailing, our application for appeal, our deed showing 16X7 LLC is the owner of the property. And then our tax clearance certificate showing an amount due, but obviously it's not yet. Jackie, I would just ask that you be sworn in, and I have a few questions for you.
Sure, but just to be clear, but this is 3 different units.
Four. It would be 4.
For Airbnb?
Well, it's 5, but we are agreeing to 4. It's right now configured as 5.
Okay, all right. State your name and spell for the stenographer.
Jackie Zhang, Jackie-Zhang.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
All right, so Jackie, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
So the chairman had a question about the basement level. At one point, were you having individuals down there?
So the basement, when I purchased it, there was a full-size window as egress, and it's up to the code. We had the contractor measured it. At that point, I thought that we could put people in the basement, and we had about 5 reservations with people in the basement, and after that, we stopped. Currently, it's used as storage.
Gotcha. And then we had a discussion about that front portion of the property on the first floor. That was the only thing that you converted and you converted that into a bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
And then if the board feels so inclined to grant this variance request, you would agree to disband that bedroom area and put it back as a living room.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, I know it's always difficult. I do think that I think she's been a responsible operator other than a couple of hiccups. I would ask that the board grant a temporary variance of 2 years to give her an opportunity to prove herself and come back here again.
Okay. So questions from the board?
Yes, so for the work that was done on the first floor, did you pull a permit when you put up that wall?
I did not.
Did not, and did anyone advise you, like, because I'm assuming at this point you eventually had a
Yeah, it was,
manager involved?
right, it was a non-load bearing wall. I didn't realize that we have to pull a permit because there hasn't been any plumbing or electricity change. But we agreed to put restore it back to how it
And
was.
for the egress window or the full-size window that
Yeah.
that's at the rear of the property, I'm assuming, to the backyard?
That's correct, to the backyard, and it was like halfway dug in.
So it's the walkout?
Yeah, it's like a walkout window.
I guess that's my first. My second question is why did you decide to do rent by the room instead of rent the whole property as it is on Airbnb?
Because I really care about the property and the neighborhood. If we rent by the room, it is 2 person per group at one time. That way would prevent the party very, very effectively. You can never have a party in there with, some travelers coming in the city. And 60% of our travelers are foreigners. They don't have a car. They use public transportation. We are only 1 block away from the Broadway Street subway station. So they don't even, have a car coming in. And we verify everybody's ID before letting them in the property. So by room, even though it's more work for us, comparing to one house, however, it really eliminates the parties, eliminate the noise and everything. So we want to keep everything clean and easy.
Okay, and then, actually, I think that's my last question.
Okay. Can we see this floor plan
Sure.
again?
Oh, I didn't know what my other question was. What's the average length of stay of most of the tenants that are staying?
We have 2.5 to 3 days. So most of the time during the weekdays, it's empty.
Yeah. And it's listed on is it on Airbnb specifically, or is it being advertised?
Since we got Alan, they suggested us to take every listing down, so we're not listed anymore.
It's not listed, but when it was listed, you had it
Yeah.
listed on Airbnb, or was it on any other websites?
It was on Airbnb. I think it was also on Booking.com.
Booking.com.
Yeah, and obviously these are not to scale. This is just illustrative
Right,
only.
yeah, this is my question. So, yeah, what are we talking about here? The first floor, it looks like is what, a bedroom? Are these, it looks like these are more like single room residences than there are what we traditionally see as an Airbnb. Usually they're like small apartments. This is not what we're talking about here.
Yeah, so let me just say, the only thing that she changed when she purchased the property was to put this, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe this low wall, these walls right here.
It's actually just the street wall.
just the
The
street.
other wall was the partitioning wall to the basement.
Yeah, so that bathroom here, that full-size bathroom was already in there.
Yeah, that's correct.
And each of these bathrooms were, in each of the
Yes.
bedrooms were already in there. So she bought it that way. That's what I'm saying. It's very difficult to envision this.
And she had proof of so what is the zoning for this?
CMX1, and is right, CMX1.
No, I mean, was there some other kind of zoning applications or variances that were granted? Because this is not like a single family dwelling. This is like single room residences where you have somebody who has their bedroom and a little bathroom. And other than that, there's nothing.
Well, except this was a living room at one point, but I 100% agree with you. I haven't looked at the L&I file for some time in this, so I mean, I can go on the Atlas really quickly. All I can tell, and yes, this was built like single room residences. I 100% agree.
Mhm. But what, and then what you're saying is that instead of having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these single room residences, now you're going to have 4,
That's right.
and that you want to operate them as an Airbnb.
That's right.
Okay, so what's going to be changed? What's going to be removed? Where are we putting, how are we cutting this down to 4 of what is still, from what I'm seeing on here, single room residences, not Airbnb?
Yeah, I don't know where that thing's going on.
These people have to go out to eat. These people have to go out. I mean, there's no kitchen. There's no living room.
Well, there is a
There's
kitchen.
just
It's a little kitchen.
Well, there is a kitchen, and that's why I
Where's the
suggest
kitchen?
right here, back here, right here. The
Mhm.
kitchen's here.
And that's for use of anybody who's in there,
Yes,
again.
that's right.
Like, with single room residences, that's what you have. You have like, no other amenities. There's no real living room. There's
Well,
no
well,
real.
that's what would happen here. This wall would come down, and then you would recreate a living room. It's not dissimilar to a visitor accommodation where you go to a hotel and there's an open area to sit, and there is not dissimilar to a hotel where you may have like a little kitchenette area. So I think it was a mistake to put this wall here because then people don't have a place to stay. Just generally as they don't want to be in their bedroom. But the bedrooms are rather large. We took pictures. We showed pictures.
You say this is not to scale, so.
Well,
I
I
don't
know,
know
no,
what
I
that
know.
means.
But that's why we showed the pictures of the different rooms. Like you can see, this is one of the bedrooms. That's a rather large bedroom. These are all the bedrooms. And then the kitchen, I do believe we have a picture of that as well. Here's the kitchen. So it's done well. And like I said, we didn't even add, like, I think it's strange too that there's a bathroom here. It's not something you would expect like in a row home in Philadelphia. Like,
And I guess the question I have was that bathroom there when you purchased it?
It was
It was
there.
already there.
yeah, that's why I asked her. I said, so you're telling me the only thing you put up was a wall? Because I thought the bathroom would be something that would be added.
I like bathrooms on the first
So,
In the living room, yeah, full
I-
bath, yeah.
I noticed we have several people in the back here ready to come up here and testify. Does anybody else have a question?
I do have
Thank
one more question though. How are each of the bedrooms secured?
Currently, we have the keypad control locks,
Okay.
and the code will be sent to the guests once they send over their ID and travel papers.
And did you change the doors? So is it exterior solid core doors on each of the individual bedrooms?
If we get the permit granted, we'll have to do that.
Okay.
Alan, could you ask your client to step back? Because there's going to couple of people come up and testify. Any questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the witnesses here? If anybody wants to come up and testify, come up.
Hello?
Okay, so why don't we,
Oh, I'm sorry.
why don't we do this? We're going to take the people that are in the audience here first. So why don't you come up first, ma'am? Now, I see you have a lot of things with you. We do have a policy. 2 minutes, you get to your point, but we are open to letters. So if you have a letter, you can drop it, but your actual testimony should be 2 minutes and get to the point on what you think of this project.
Okay.
And if you would too, state your name.
Jocelyn DuPont. Last name spelled D-U, capital P-O-N-T.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am.
Please
I
proceed.
reside at 905 South 13th Street.
Okay.
I'm approximately 1/2 block away
Okay.
from this residence, and I've lived at my home since 1991. So I'm very familiar with the area and with this house, the history of this house. Number one, um, I'm going to read what I have here. There were a lot of things stated during the prior testimony that kind of contradict what we've heard in the past. And also, they contradict the meeting that was held with Hawthorne Empowerment Coalition. So my house, like, as I said, is just about a half a block away. I am definitely opposed to this property operating as short-term lodging. I've lived directly next to an Airbnb and encountered the issues that arise with that. Mounds of trash that were being disposed of in the yard that were then, after complaint, they decided to store them in the basement, that we then ended up with infestations of insects and rodents in the property, flies coming over next door. After we brought this issue, to the owner's attention, later on, things where they actually did cease doing that, but we went through a year of constant parties. There is no way for an owner to regulate what's going on when they're not there. So there was drinking, there was drugs, there were constant parties that spilled out onto the block. There was ongoing, frequent police activities, calls to law enforcement as a result of how the property was being operated. I expect no less from this property. Our neighborhood is already impacted by the number of rentals causing serious parking issues. My block does not have restricted parking. However, some of the blocks surrounding or adjacent to me do. Okay, which means that the folks on my block, we get permits because we can't park because most of the folks who rent on the other blocks, either due to registration issues, being out of state, don't obtain them. So we really have a serious parking issue in our area. With this property, they're proposing it's gone from 6 to 5, and now today I hear they're talking about 4. We don't know what that's really going to look like. Units in this facility. Online, when they advertised or when they spoke to us before, I think they said they could have as many as 4 folks on the first floor, 2 in each of the rooms upstairs. There could be anywhere from 12 to 15 people, potential people staying in this property. There could be 6 or more cars that come to the area from this property because they can't control that folks are not going to come with a vehicle. What an investor accomplishes by renting a property like this with the short-term lodging is that it allows them to maximize their investment. They can make the most they want out of this property without having to go through or adhere to some of the laws and regulations that would apply if this were a regular rental. Parking being one of those concerns. There's no need to supply parking because it's a short-term lodging facility. So I strongly oppose this.
Okay. I think we understand where you are.
Okay. And some of the issues that were discussed, trash has been a real issue at this property. The cleanup was only done after the meeting with Hawthorne Empowerment Coalition.
Right.
It's been an ongoing issue at this property.
Right.
Signage, they mentioned signage outside. I don't know that signage is actually allowed on a facility like this outside. So, some of the things that are being stated, it's as if they're being stated to respond to what happened at the meeting, but may or may not actually be taking place.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, do you want me to defer to respond to?
Why don't you wait till
Yeah.
everybody's
Yeah, that's
okay? Sir? Ma'am, thank you for coming in. Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Jerry, Jerry, last name Kilkelly, Killaelly.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Would it say the same thing to you? If you would, yeah. And if you would, try to concentrate on things that
Yes.
this person hasn't said. So we're getting a
Yeah.
whole
Real
through.
quickly,
Sure.
I
Please
live-
proceed.
Yes, thank you. I live about 170 feet away from where this residence is located, so I have some observation I'll share with you. I'm here formally to oppose this variance being granted to
Yep.
them. The first thing I'll touch base on is the applicant's claim. Oh, is it on? Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, my bad. So the applicant's claim of community support for this project is based on a flawed survey process. The residents were asked to sign a petition in support of the variance without receiving either written or oral explanation about what was going on in this property or what was being proposed for it. And multiple residents who I have spoken to and myself actually met with the surveyor. And during that course of that interview, when she came and asked us for her support to sign this document, nothing was presented, nothing was described other than a comment that, yeah, we're going to operate like an Airbnb. So it's, in my opinion, highly unclear as to exactly what was taking place with this property. And for the people who signed as in support of this, never really understood what they were signing for. So in my mind, this whole survey that was conducted here is essentially worthless when you don't tell people properly what you're doing and going ahead and doing it in deference to the community. In contrast, I also went out and did a survey, and I have 39 signatures that were signed by our residents in the community who are, again, opposed to it. I also prepared a draft statement of a handout that was presented to those individuals who signed. We also had conversation in terms of explaining actually what we saw going on with the property. And after those things were done, they went ahead and signed the petition. I think our petition really represents what the community thinks about this project and the people, the owner of this property, in terms of his lack of, or her lack of care or concern for this community. So one last thing I want to hit on. So we've been talking about the number of units that were proposed for this thing. It was 6. Then it went down to 5. So they cut it back somewhere in between here where they cut it because of the level of opposition here. Now we heard today, well, we were cutting it back to 4. And, you know, quite frankly, there's so many things that have gone wrong with this from the owner's perspective in terms of how she operated and didn't follow the rules, and so many examples here. And I still believe there's more. But what I will focus on is that on bookings.com, we could go out there, we could see that there were 6 units that were on there for sale. And we could see not only was it available for 2 residents or 2 adults, but they also were accepting children to go into these units as well. So the whole picture of what they have been doing here has not been clearly represented to you today in terms of what we were observing. And the last one major comment I do want to touch base on, they've been renting out these units illegally. I'll call it illegally, and if my word choice is inappropriate, you'll correct me. But at the beginning of April, we could start to find reviews that were showing up on bookings.com. There are approximately 79 of these reviews that were completed. And I believe during that time period, this is when they were operating without the appropriate zoning variance to do this. So if you think about that, there's only 79 reviews that were completed, and that means there's probably more people who stayed there who didn't submit it. So you know, the whole estimation about the number of people that were maybe staying in this property is underestimated. So that's what I would share there from that standpoint. Lastly, I live, like I said, 175 feet away. I live on that street. It was an absolute pigsty. Every day of the week, there's trash out front there. It smelled. It was just nasty. It's like you can imagine the rodents.
All right.
So my only other comment is that I go by there, and only these activities took place after they realized that their variance was in jeopardy because of the lack of effort on it.
Thank you very much for coming down. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, sir, do you want to testify? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Peter Janosik, Janosik.
Right.
I'm a neighborhood resident. I'm opposed this project. I'm part of Hawthorne.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be held to 2 minutes, and we would appreciate you only talking about things that are different than what we've just heard.
Yes, I'm not going to repeat what has just been said. I totally support what the last two speakers have said. We had a meeting with this at Hawthorne, extremely lively, went on for a very long time. This is a total quality of life issue right here. This applicant gives us absolutely no assurances whatsoever that they're going to operate in a way that's going to be a benefit to this community. Case after case after case of like all the crazy things that have been been mentioned already. And it's like, okay, I've been caught now. It's my bad, but I'll be better later. I just don't expect it. I don't see it's going to happen. And that's why we oppose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. Is there anyone in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. There is Lauren Krieger, will be promoted.
How many hands do you have?
That's just her, Lauren Krieger.
Thank you. Lauren?
She's coming in now.
Okay.
Hello. My name is
please-
Lauren Krieger, LAUREN KREEGER.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Lauren, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I live at 814 South 13th Street, so two
All right.
doors down.
Okay, so you heard, we'll give you 2 minutes, and if you would, try to say things that haven't already been said. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't need to reiterate all my firsthand experiences because Jerry and Jocelyn did a really excellent job summarizing them. So instead, I'm going to focus on my opposition, really just because of my lack of confidence about how this property is going to use their future operations. And I'm concerned that this LLC and the two other LLCs that are associated with the same business address at 210 Locust Street, they operate several other poorly, in my opinion, poorly managed and poorly reviewed short-term rental properties in Philadelphia. And it makes me confused about council's suggestion that there was a misunderstanding about the rules and regulation, because this group owns several other properties that are being used for the same thing. So my ask is that together the board and L&I can prevent future operations at this property despite the history of what is, again, to the best of my understanding, unpermitted and miszoned operations from 167 LLC for this property, the property at 1617 South 16th Street, and basically that this isn't going to continue to disrupt the neighborhood because I live two doors down. A lot of the stories that Jerry and Jocelyn shared came from me from that community meeting where I spent 32 minutes on the phone with this business trying to help a locked out guest get in. In general, it negatively impacts my enjoyment of my residents, and I think it affects the character of the neighborhood. I don't think I need to take too much more of the committee's time because, in my opinion, this is a pretty clear-cut case.
Thank you very much for taking the time. Alan, would you want to respond? If you
Yes.
would, try to hold it to a few minutes. But
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, again, we present this variance not because we have a violation against us. We present this variance to try to do the right thing. My client did misunderstand what the rules were with regards to Airbnbs. If you look at the notice of refusal, that is dated July of 2025. I think there was some indication about reviews in April of 2025. I told my client to stop operating. As soon as she hired us, I said, you cannot operate now knowing that this is not a legal way of doing that. And she stopped. In terms of how many units, she had 6. I was like, you can't do that. Like, you're not gonna get acceptance from the ZBA if you have lower level living. So that has to stop. After the community comments, we were presenting 5. When we heard the community speak, I reviewed the project myself. I stated, listen, you have to go. If it was 4 bedrooms in the past, when you purchase the property, you have to stay at 4 bedrooms. You can't do that otherwise, because that's now, real hardship here by adding to that hardship. In terms of trash, I can't, and some of the comments from the first speaker, it sounds like she's living next to an Airbnb. Those are experiences from a different operator, a general operator, not us. And I don't believe we stated during the community meeting that we're going to fit 4 people in that first bedroom on the first floor. That I don't believe we stated. But again, it's not out of character. We're half a block off of Broad Street. This is a CMX1 property, which had 4 bedrooms, and with 5 bathrooms. And the hardship is to then spend spend a lot of money to basically convert this really into a single family home, where probably before us was being used as a single room residence. Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CMX1 commercial mixed use. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or the circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation.
MI 2025-004-808-814 South 13th Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is no.
Council, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think you have one more, a couple other ones in front of you, okay? Let's see here. Number 9. No, not, you're not 9. You're not, I promise you, we're going to get to you. Number 9, MI 2025-004-953-120 South Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney. Letter of support from South Street Head House District, affected RCO, and non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Rachel Pritzker is coming in as a panelist.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year.
Council, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Rachel, Rachael, Pritzker, Pritzker.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, so my client is Michaela Lulovich, and she is the tenant for this property.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and begin your case.
Thank you. Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, it's a little blurry, but this is 120 South Street. We received a refusal and a referral for this project. The property is zoned CMX1, and we are proposing use for a tattoo shop, also known as Personal Services Body Art Services. It generated a refusal and a referral, given the fact that there is multiple overlays and then certain exemptions for this regulated use. So that's sort of what was generated on the screen for supplemental use controls for the Center City District overlay, and then also for uses allowed in the commercial districts for CMX1. This is our application. Project information form. Tax clearance. This is a copy of the lease. This is the zoning map for the property. As mentioned, it's on South Street and it's zoned CMX1, as you can see on the screen. Surrounding areas, multifamily, and CMX2 and CMX1 as well. Aerial photos of the property. Zoning posters. Kind of stop here so you can see the space, just some of the interior photos. So as mentioned, we're proposing Body Art Services, basically a tattoo shop, and we're generating a special exception and a variance for this matter. It's a small property on South Street. It's 17 by 55, so it's like 935, I believe, square feet. And we're looking to use the ground floor commercial space for Body Art Services. The hardship is not self-imposed. It's multiple regulatory burdens and overlays that require a very limited use of commercial uses for this space. It's also sat vacant for a significant amount of time, despite being on South Street, which is well known for various different small businesses. And also given the size of this space, it doesn't lend itself to many other uses or would require a lot of modification of the space to fit anything. It's kind of too small for a restaurant, and even a lot of the permitted uses, given the overlay, would also require a special exception or a variance. So either way, I think would be in front of you all, but given sort of the low impact use of a tattoo shop, the small space, and it being ground floor commercial, we felt like this was the least modification of the code, and also appropriate on this part of South Street. So you can see from the interior photos, it kind of goes straight back. This is the front of the building, so this is the rear, the visual. And then if you look for, there's sort of this lofted area. So again, also making it quite challenging for a lot of different commercial uses. But with the low impact use, like a tattoo shop, you can put, benches back there, and you don't need to sort of heavily modify the building or the commercial space, especially given she's the tenant, and the current owner was looking for a while to rent this out. I think some of the layout of the space made it challenging for, some of the other commercial uses that might have been viable. In addition, in just the general area, there's a lot of similarly situated businesses. So there's a lounge that's also restricted from the overlays at 119 South Street. There's a Queen and Rock Shop, which is a nail salon, all of which received variances. These are sort of similar establishments, small businesses as well. And so this use is not inconsistent with some of these smaller personal service businesses in the area. And again, just given the tight, small space of this, it limited sort of an attractive commercial use for some other spots. We also don't believe that this is out of whack or out of character with the comprehensive plan, just given sort of the goal on page 92 to try to avoid unnecessary variances or inappropriate restrictions. This again triggered a special exception and a variance because of an overlay and the restrictiveness of CMX1. So it makes it really difficult for any commercial business to be viable in this spot without some of this process and going through the variance relief that we're requesting. Just the view from across the street. And again, this is just the zoning code sections that are mentioned, body art services here, and CMX1. And as you can see, most things in CMX1 require a variance or a special exception, pretty limited options. Even the ones that have a Y next to them have some other consideration that makes it so you typically have to get a variance, or they restrict size of the space. We met with the Queen Village Neighbors Association and the other and South Street Head House, which was the other affected RCO. We sent out all the appropriate mailers. And as mentioned, the Queen Village Neighbors Association sent a letter of support for this application, in addition to a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Squilla's office. The client, again, the tenant, also went and spoke with near neighbors, which the community respected, just making sure that other folks nearby were comfortable with this use. And these were also presented to the community group as well. So we included them in our packet. I think you get the point. Just to give a sense of the floor plans. Again, this is a sort of very limited space. The ground floor is just storage, a bathroom, as you can see here, and then just mechanical space. And then the first floor, zoom out for a second. As you can, let me zoom out a little bit. As you can see, has, just some areas for tables and benches and the carts for the tattooing stations. And then again, that raised area that's lofted provides those spaces as well. Again, this has a bathroom in the basement, and just, again, really sort of a narrow, short space and really limited modification from any kind of alteration perspective. We don't believe that it would be more harmful than any permitted uses, but again, really limited permitted uses given the overlays. And so we would just request, the variance be granted. I believe Michaela is in the audience. If I can
Michaela?
or adopt my testimony.
Michaela will be coming in shortly.
Do we want to swear her in? I think she's,
Yeah, as soon as is she there? Michaela?
yeah, she's here.
Michaela?
Yep. Hi,
Hi, how are you? Could you please
good.
state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Michaela Lulovich, Makaylalevitch.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Michaela, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, question. The, one of the provisos, speaks about, no use, commercial use of the rear patio. Did I see on this plan where this rear patio is, and, do you agree with that proviso?
So I don't believe that the floor plans show the rear patio, but Michaela, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had agreed in the meeting with the RCO that the rear patio is not going to be used for commercial purposes.
No.
Okay.
So we're
All
fine
right.
with that.
And then I guess my question always with these kind of businesses, I always ask about hazardous waste disposal, I mean with the needles and that kind of thing. Do you have arrangements for that? Do you have any other facility that where you operate, or is this your first business? Is this another business that you are operating in this vein?
No, this is my first business, and I have Sharps. I made an agreement with a Sharps disposal company, and it's like a mail back program. So they send me a Sharps container. Once it's filled back, they send me the box and everything to send it in along with the shipping label, and I just mail that back, and then they dispose of it properly.
Okay. And you said this is your first business? I mean, you've been operating in other tattoo parlors before? Or?
I've been tattooing in the city for 6 years now, but this will be in other shops under other people. But this will be my first like business as like an owner of a shop.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I think my second question, you mentioned Sharps, but you didn't talk about any potential medical waste that might be generated in the shop, and wondering how you're going to manage that. Also,
Yeah,
I
so
think generally about trash. What's your plan for storage?
Storage, we in the backyard there are trash cans, and they are kind of cleared out of any like space that is really used. Like we're not tattooing near that stuff or anything. So the Sharps, like the needles would go in the Sharps containers, and then the used like bedding and other equipment are in the trash cans that we use for only that material. So then we put that just in the trash cans and dispose of it properly.
Okay, and then is the only bathroom the one in the basement? I think those are my only questions.
Any other questions?
Oh, no, I did have one more question. For the main entrance to the property, is it shared with another commercial business or with the residential properties in the condo building or the rental building?
Yeah, so it is shared. There's a tenant upstairs. Their entrance is like a little bit pushed back from mine, but it is shared.
Okay. And I have a quick question. There was a proviso also for the hours of operation to be from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And are you agreeable to that?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's the next one too, exterior signage, right? Exterior signage too, you're agreed to no exterior signage?
We don't have any signs on the application, so
Yep, okay. All right. Questions or comments from our attorney?
I think most of my questions were answered in terms of the provisos. I just want to note for the record, there was one other proviso requested about no signage no like pictures in the window of work, of completed work that had been done, but that's not something I believe would be enforceable. There's also code provisions that limit how much of a window can be covered anyway. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
So the other one is no business on the patio, am I correct?
We could say, I think, no commercial use of rear patio.
That's fine.
Okay. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands. Oh, dear Chair, there's a hand. 2 hands.
2 hands?
Yes.
Okay.
Taryn Gillies is being promoted.
Okay.
Hi, I just would like to speak in.
Hold on 1 minute. Could you state your name and spell
Yeah.
it for the stenographer?
It's Taryn Gillis, TarynGillies.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I live at 6th and South Street.
Okay. Please proceed.
Yeah, I would just like to give a comment in support of the opening of the studio. I think it's really important that we support especially women-owned local businesses in the creative space. And I think a studio like this not only brings in traffic of people seeking the services, but also these studios tend to serve as like a small gallery space. So I think that brings like a lot of vibrant and creative culture to the area. Thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time to call. Next hand, please.
Yes, Sam Thompson.
Hi, Sam, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Hello, my name is Sam Thompson. That's SamThompson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
No, I am an employee of the South Street Head House District.
Okay, go ahead. Please proceed.
Yeah, so I wanted to say a comment of support as well for Michaela's business. She had the pleasure of attending one of our board meetings and meeting some of our business community. The vice chair of our board attended the Queen Village Neighbors Association RCO meeting for this, spoke very highly. Again, I want to echo that last comment from Taryn about supporting like women-owned businesses in the creative industry, as well as a first-time business owner, and really bringing vibrancy to the 100 block. And the South Street Head House District Board really feels that this would be a
All
great
right.
addition to our district.
Thank you very much for taking the
Thank-
time. Planning Commission.
Here, we have one more hand to go up,
Sure.
and that is Abby Addy will be allowed to talk.
Abby?
You should be coming in now.
Sure.
Abby, you have been promoted. You're allowed to speak.
You can't get it tattooed.
Let me see what she's doing.
Can't get one at 12 o'clock.
I'm trying to promote her.
Okay.
She's declining it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
There are no more hands.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CMX1 commercial mixed use. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for body art services.
MI 2025-004-953-120 South Street. I vote yes. Wood proviso. No pictures in window?
No, no, no.
We're
don't-
not going to do that.
That one, no, there's code provisions that,
Right.
that limit what you can put in
Right,
your
okay.
windows.
And then the only other thing is the backyard.
It was the backyard, there was no commercial use of rear patio.
No commercial use on rear patio.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
The use can be limited to first floor and basement as well.
Yeah, okay. Limited to first floor and basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Okay. So, did he vote?
He voted, yep.
Oh. Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdam, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cyan Nguyen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you. Rachel, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so for a point of information, I have Steve and then Alan. And then right before you go on with your case, we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay?
Okay.
So
Thanks, Chairman.
you'll see me take a short break right before we start yours.
Okay, thanks, Chairman.
Steve, you're not usually here late in the afternoon. I mean, I don't know what happened here unless somebody said like, spread the wealth around of staying a little later at night. I mean, he's usually early in the morning. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Masters, STEVE-MASTERS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
My client is sitting right here, Lauren Bachmeyer. She has 2 LLCs that are part of this project. One is called Scallywags LLC, and that is the dog daycare business. And the other one is LB Estates LLC, and that is the entity that owns the property that we're talking about today.
Good.
Hold
on 1 minute. Our vice chair has just a few questions for you, Steve,
Sure.
and then we'll get you moving.
All right.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and this is a referral, so this requires special exception. So do you waive the read of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
We do waive it. It is accurate.
Thank
Yes.
you. Proceed with your
We
case.
have one additional item in our exhibits, which was the letter from the RCO that we put in. It's now our exhibits are version 11.
Okay.
So we're here on Scallywags, and we were here in 2017 for the first time when Scallywags first became a business, and it operated for many years on Crescent Street, which is just a little off of Main Street in Manayunk. Lauren Bachmeyer was the original owner and continues to own Scallywags, and she is her background is she's a vet tech, so she's incredibly knowledgeable about dogs, and that's why she runs such a great business. She had an opportunity recently to purchase the property at 4324 Main Street to to expand the dog daycare, and also to create other amenities that location allows. On Crescent Street, she's been renting all these years. So as you said, we are here for a special exception because the dog daycare use is only going to be during the day. There's going to be no boarding, no overnight caring for the dogs, and that is called an animal services use, which is for special exception. We have actually, I should start to, let me start to share my screen. Okay, so we dealt with the special exception. We have 40 petitions in support, all from very close neighbors. There was one neighbor who didn't sign the petitions, but he was here earlier today, Mr. O'Brien, whose law firm is literally next door.
I noticed them over there with him.
Yes, and he is an enthusiastic supporter as well. Then we have really strong letters of support from the Manayunk Development Corporation and also from the Manayunk Neighborhood Council. That was unanimous, and the Neighborhood Council recalled that they had enthusiastic support back in 2017, and it was unanimous both times. So I don't know if we have a record here, but it's a really good turnout of support from the neighborhood. So there are 3 levels to this property, and here they're called floor 1, floor 2, and floor 3, although keep in mind that floor 2 is the ground floor. So floor 1 is where the dogs are going to enjoy themselves during their time at the dog daycare. There's both a large indoor area for the dogs, and then there's an outdoor area too. So dogs who like to be outside get to do that, and dogs who are less likely to go outside, they have a spot too. So that no one is disadvantaged. On the second floor, which is the retail space, we're going to continue the retail space. Right now, currently, it is a dog bakery that serves a lot of dog treats, and so Lauren will talk a little bit about it, but it'll basically be a themed retail establishment for dog-related themed goods. And then on the third floor is an existing but vacant at the current time dwelling unit. Or it's not vacant anymore? Okay, it is occupied now. And that has been previously approved. So the only thing that we're here for today is the special exception for the dog daycare in the basement. We have, these are the dimensions for the various floors. And let me get to the photos. So we first have some photos for the current Scallywags playroom area, which is on Crescent Street. You'll see some of the happy customers who are enjoying themselves at their daycare during the day. And then this is the photo of the location where we are moving to. Mr. O'Brien's law office is right next door here, and you'll see that it's a dog bakery indicated by the photo. Okay, so this is some more views of the retail space in the new location. Another view for the retail space. Continued retail space viewing. We're about to go down to, this is this balcony is in the rear of the retail space floor. This is now going to be the daycare area, the new daycare area. This is the indoor part of it. And then here's the outdoor area where the dogs are able to romp around. Then this is the dwelling unit, the single family on the third floor. We also have our zoning posters for this afternoon's hearing. We posted both the zoning poster and the referral. We have a tax clearance and a deed showing that LB Estates LLC is now the owner. And we have the mailing that I guess first we'll have the appeal, application for the special exception, the project information form, and the letter that was mailed to 78 locations in the 250-foot radius, and the proof of mailing. I did want to just go over on our application, the daycare, we maintain that the daycare will not cause any congestion in the public streets or transportation systems beyond what would normally be expected. Scallywags has an operating the track record that has been very consistent, and there has been no issues with the drop off and the pickups from all of the human owners of the animals. They use a system where people will text in to whoever is on duty to be able to drop off and pick up, so that it's almost seamless. It's very, very fast. The hours are from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And now I'm going to turn to Ms. Bachmeyer to adopt my testimony.
Would you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Lauren Bachmeyer, Lauren Bockmeyer.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Ms. Bachmeyer, you heard my testimony today. Do you agree that it was true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes. Yes.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add to the board?
Not unless anyone has questions.
Questions from the board?
I have a question. My question is about just the noise level, like during the day with the dogs being outside. Has that come up in any kind of conversations or?
Yeah, so one thing I do want to say is, I know it's going to sound weird, but the dogs don't really bark at scallywags too much. Of course, there's an occasional bark here and there. They are dogs, but they're not in a stressful environment. They're not in cages. For the outside area, I'm not just going to let them come in and out as they please anyway. We're going to have designated times, outdoor times, where they're monitored so that they're not being disruptive all day and doing whatever they want.
There's no neighbor behind you either. You got the water. The water's there.
Exactly, right.
Right.
Bill O'Brien.
The only neighbor is Bill O'Brien, yeah.
So
go ahead.
as a continuation of that, so then, do we have any kind of soundproofing?
So,
particularly because of the dwelling unit.
right. Well, there's the retail spaces in between the daycare and the dwelling unit. So there is a whole floor in between.
Okay.
But to your remark on that, right now there's no sound proofing down there, and it does echo. So my plan is to put panels on the wall to muffle the sound, not only for people around, but our own ears as well.
Okay. And then I always ask about, is there ventilation and what have you for the dog care like space? And I guess I'm tying it to the disposal of, like, dog waste and what have you, and how are we handling that, and how are we handling ventilation to make sure that you don't accumulate smells and things like that.
Right. I mean, not being smelly is very important to me too. So currently at Scallywags, if a dog does have an accident inside, we clean it up right away. We have a small metal trash can with a lid where we put the waste, and then the night before trash pickup, I will bag it and tie it and then put it out for the trash. To be honest, we accumulate only one bag of trash per week at our current location now. We don't have like tons and tons of waste, but that's the way that I've been handling it. I'm not going to allow for, urine or other to sit. We clean up everything right away. There is like a door to go outside, which could provide for ventilation, and then also just like
I guess I would think more
HVAC,
like
yeah.
fans or some other kind of way.
Yeah, there's no fans in the rec room right now, but I do have fans in Scallywags currently, and I'll probably just install them I like to use them to dry the area too, make sure nobody's slipping.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
For the rear sort of paved yard that you're using for the dogs, it looks like that backs onto an alleyway that has car access. And so I guess my question is it completely fenced in?
There's no cars back there.
So
Because Google Maps says different.
it's the
So
canal
it's a
right
jog,
now.
it's a
Yeah.
jog and bike path back.
But there is a double fence back there. There's access through the back, and there's one gate and then another gate before you would get into the backyard. It's not completely privacy right now, and that's one of the things that I want to do is just make the fence full privacy so that people can't see in, the dogs don't get riled up for no reason, that kind of thing. So I will be like securing that more, but there is a double gate system to go out to the back canal anyway.
What's your hours of operation?
8 A, you said?
8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
To 7 p.m. Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience, the virtual audience?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CMX2 commercial mixed use. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impact beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for animal services.
Just for a point, Steve, I would tell you your photos even brought laughter up here. It was the only time everybody saw the dogs running and it's got the place laughing. So MI 2025-004-956-4324 Main Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Sonata Graham, my vote is yes.
I am McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowa, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll do Alan, then we'll take a quick break. Okay. MI 2025-004-963, 4507 Locust Street, T-B-397702. Mr. Nachemson, you've already been sworn. Just state your name for the record.
Alan Malcolmson.
And I also see here there's a letter of support from Spruce Hill Community Association with a proviso, trash be stored on the side street of the property. Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, thank you. So this is 4507 Locust Street. We're in the Min. So we have requirements in terms of affordable housing, where this is one portion of this project that's over 10 units. So ultimately, 20% of these units have to be deemed affordable. We're allowed to build 5 residential units and 1 commercial unit. We're mid-block on Locust Street. We just want to build the 5 residential. We want to get rid of the commercial component. That's our case. That's the refusal. So we're a CMX2 property. We would like not to have the commercial unit. We're not even asking for any more residential units. Just 5 residential units, which is allowed by right. We met with the community. They were in support of it. They want the trash stored on the street side of the property. Like we have trash stored outside in the rear. We think that's appropriate. You'll see that from the floor plans. But yes, there's support. And we have support from the nearby neighbors. Our next door neighbor to the left of us on Locust is in support. The properties in the intersecting street are on 45th Street are all in support. So anyone that touches us is to support. We did some revised plans. So we reversed the entry stair direction. We changed the entry ramp on the side from a ramp to stairs. And then we added an egress walkout in the rear so that the lower level unit in the rear not only has access through like a common front door, but they have a separate egress through steps that lead up to the ground level. And here those are the 3 changes. Reverse the direction of the steps, add the steps to that side area, and made egress steps as well in the rear. just showing that we do have a permit for 4+1. The reason why we didn't do 5+1 was we basically just want to take that commercial space, well, what should be a commercial space, and make it residential. But we're allowed 5 residential, 1 commercial. We want 5 residential. Letters of support, we have 4509 next door. He doesn't want a commercial component next to his residential component mid-block. 228 South 45th Street, a little late in the day. Also in support, that's an intersecting street. 232 South 45th Street, also an intersecting street that touches our property essentially, and 230 South 45th Street as well. Maps of the area, again, Strange, we're CMX2 property. Everything on this block is residential. So, I mean, it's more about Walnut Street here than Locust, but, you know, it is what it is. So this is the front of the property now. This is what the properties look like forever. This is our orange notice poster. This is the Locust Street to the right, to the left. That's we got from Google Street View. Gnome Architects, who's also in the virtual audience, Matt from Gnome Architects, they provided nice contextual photographs of showing this block that you would not expect to have any commercial component here. And then there are plans and drawings, again, doing some of the same stuff that we do, maps of the area, kind of where we are contextually, from an aerial view and a site map view, and then just aerial views as well. And then similar photos. We took their photos to kind of show the residential nature of this block. And then kind of with the site plan that we have in our revised proviso form as well. And then just our floor plans, pretty straightforward. This is the first floor. You come in through Locust Street. This is unit number 1. It's a bi-level. Instead of doing unit number 1, you have this walkway, common area, entryway. You have unit number 2, which is first floor, lower level. And then again, there's lower level use. Instead of, you know, those 2 units, you go onto the second floor, kind of similar type of thing. These are all 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. Yeah, they're all 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. You have a unit here, you have a unit here. And then the third unit, which doesn't take the full length of the third floor, is also a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. That's right here. And then, you know, again, we tried to make it pretty. We have a mansard roof here, nice brick work. Just information, I know the board knows about the minimum, the min overlay, but, you know, 20% of the units have to be affordable at 40% AMI. And so those numbers, and that's a 50-year deed restriction as well. And we don't get to choose the units. We work with Planning Commission after this is all said and done to, like, they choose it and they tell us which ones they are. And then this is all the paperwork we filed with regards to this. And then we met with the community. It was a well-attended meeting. I think they understood what was there. Most of the neighbors that touched us were there as well. They don't want commercial on the ground floor. Proof of mailing or application for appeal with the notice of refusal and the project information form, the deed to property showing Penn Locust LLC is the owner. And then finally, the tax clearance certificate. No taxes are technically due. So with that being said, I
Just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
can you show how that looks with the other buildings around it?
Well, the other buildings are more porch in nature. So, but, you know, we wanted to have a good amount of space for those unit owners. Like, even like we couldn't even do 5+1. It would just be way too tight. I mean, our units for the 5 units on this CMX2 property are ranging anywhere from 644 square feet to as large as 1037. So, and that's not having a porch there. If we would have done the porch there, it would have been a lot lesser. I think it's a good project. I think people, while want, you know, this is more of a porch type of neighborhood, they appreciate the design that was there. We didn't try to squeeze a Center City design or a South Philly design into West Philly. So, this property, by the way, I don't think I brought that up, is owned by Penn Locust LLC. And in the virtual audience should be Minesh Shah.
Okay.
So if he could just virtually raise his hand.
Okay.
It's being promoted now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, this is Tanis Patel, and
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Tanesh. Last name is Patel, Patel. I'm a member of the Penn Locust LLC.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I don't think he hears me.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, but I don't think you hear us. Mr. Patel? I don't think his headphones are working, Alan.
Yeah. I mean, we can, as an officer, record.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Patel, I don't think your earphones are working. Alan, at this point, you're an officer of the court. We will take your testimony unless you have someone else.
The only person I have and would be to answer any technical questions you may have is Matt from Gnome Architects.
Why don't you bring it? Why don't you bring him on?
What was his name?
Matt from Belletti.
Gotcha. Matthew has been promoted.
Matt?
Hello?
Hi, Matt. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, my name is Matthew Fromboludi, Matthew Fromboludi.
Great. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel, why don't you just see if you can, he'll adopt your testimony.
Well, Matt, in terms of the architectural representations that I made, is everything true and correct?
Yes.
And you adopt as your own testimony.
Yes.
All right, and then obviously he's here if there's any questions from an architectural standpoint.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a few questions. One, just talking about the basement level, bi-level units, and I wanted to know what's the depth of the units below grade?
So, Matt, I'll bring up the drawings.
Yeah, there's actually a grade change from the front of the building to the back of the building. So at the front of the building, the basement units are 4 feet below grade, or you know what I mean? And then at the back of the building is actually even with grade.
That's what I thought, but I was like, wait, we're up there not long enough.
And that's why we added the egress steps in the rear for safety purposes.
And so I know, because it looks like there's a little bit of a sort of paved rear yard. Do all of the units have access to sort of both the courtyard and the rear of the property?
There is I'm sorry, Alan. I was going to say there isn't. You've been talking a lot. There is no, I'll say no. The backyard is really only for the access of the back unit, but there is a breezeway, a passageway that you can get from the front of the building to the back.
Okay.
So if there's trash or anything like that, you can put that in the backyard and be off of the street.
And then I'm assuming the top unit, the third floor unit, is the only one that has access to the roof deck?
That's correct.
And then my second question is about trash storage, because I do see that you've got the washer, dryer, and mechanicals all in one combined closet, but is there any sort of universal trash?
Yeah, my understanding, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought you
Mm.
put in the drawings here that this would be common trash storage in the rear.
I saw that, but then I read
Uh,
that as only belonging to the back.
Yeah,
unit.
that's why I didn't
asked.
understand either.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, that would be common trash storage in the back there. And the units can get through the front door and kind of walk through the breezeway to get into the back area.
That's why we also added steps to make it more convenient for people than a ramp, especially this time of year when there's snow and things like that.
And then the unit facing Locust Street, their only access is that door facing Locust Street, right?
That's correct.
So I think just my comment was sort of for that one unit that's facing Locust. It seems unlikely that they're gonna like come out the front door, turn the corner, come all the way up the steps, down the breezeway, all the way to the rear of the property to store their trash. So I think at the very least, having something provision for that bi-level unit at the front.
Yeah.
Understanding that all the other units that are using the shared courtyard are gonna have access to the rear.
Matt, is there a place in the
Mm.
kitchenette area maybe to put some type of ventilated trash storage closet? It looks like here there's a pantry closet of some sort. Maybe cut that in half a little bit and put that as a smaller trash room.
We could use that. We could use that area.
Places here that it could go,
Yeah.
but I think just realistically, knowing human behavior, nobody's walking the length of the building to the
That's
part of the
fair.
building they never access. And then my other question is really about mail. So like, where is the mailbox going, and then what's sort of the plan for like deliveries, like based on the address being on Locust Street?
So without speaking to the owner about this, what I would think is the mailboxes would go in the front of the building. And then in terms of delivery, you have this common area. Looks like you could potentially fit something that, for more so deliveries of bigger boxes of such. Or at the very least, leave it over here so it doesn't get stolen on this.
No, it's possible. I just know that like based on all that has stuff to do with like OPA, what's listed as
Yeah.
illegal dress,
Yeah.
So just things to think about.
But I think from a convenience standpoint for the mailman person, I would put it in the front.
Certainly that's where they would definitely want it.
yeah.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands.
Planning Commission?
Oh, Chair. Wait,
Yes.
another hand. A hand just went up,
Oh, boy.
and
Go
it's
ahead.
Stella Ninnis.
Who?
Her name is Stella Ninnis.
Okay,
She's coming in now.
thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, how are you? Could
actually-
you please state your name and spell for
Okay.
the stenographer?
My name is Richard Ninnis, Richard, Ninnis, Ninness.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Ninnis, what we're going to have to do is we're going to give you 2 minutes to talk about what you think of this project, whether you like it or you dislike it or where you are with it, okay? And by the way, are you a neighbor?
Right. I live behind
Oh, good. Okay, thank
the
you.
property
Why
on
don't you-
Melville Street, and I feel like we've been left out of the conversation. I am completely against this project.
Okay.
Also, I fear that there's not one project, but 2 projects. The property owner also owns a building on 45th Street. And what is going to happen is I think it's going to be an apartment complex. And I think it's a huge mistake. And I also think that the property line is going to be adjusted into an alley that was taken over by neighbors over decades. And I don't understand the shared courtyard. I feel that that's going to be the other apartment building that's going to extend back from 45th Street. And the projects are not being discussed in tandem because by only talking about one, the issue of the apartment complex that's looming is going to be ignored until it's too late.
Well,
Thank you.
well, thank you for giving your opinion, and we appreciate you taking the time. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Yeah, I mean, can I just respond?
Hold on 1 minute. Do we see anyone else?
I don't see any more hands, Chair.
Mr. Nachumson, would you want to respond to this?
Yeah, and I alluded to the fact that because we're 10+ units, we're part of the min overlay. So what happens with this overlay is that it doesn't have to be the same address. As long as they're affiliated entities, it's considered one project. So we're allowed, what's over there, and Mac was the architect as well, he can kind of go into that, but that's a by right project. And so what happened here was we didn't think it was appropriate to have commercial unit mid-block. And that's why we went the variance route here. We're allowed 5 residential plus 1 commercial. We're asking to get rid of that commercial unit to put less density here. In terms of whether the gentleman here was notified of the community meeting, all we do is send out notice. So if he's within the 250 square foot radius and he's on the address list, we send a notice out.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience?
No, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current CMX2 commercial mixed use to RSA 5 residential single family. The first 4 residential would be in character with the neighborhood and the recommended zoning. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for ground floor use.
Okay, MI 2025-004 9th Street, 4507 Locust Street, TB 397702. I vote yes.
Michael
Revised plans, 1 page. No?
No, there's no revised plans. This is a change of use application only.
Did we put that? No.
I made a
okay,
note
all
that
right.
there was,
Okay,
but there's
all
no
right,
revised.
okay.
This is a change of use only.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Yeah, we can't revise.
So I voted yes.
Michael Jones, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
I win, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we'll do Rachel and Manion. So we're back. MI 2025-005-049 4 Leverington Avenue. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney.
Rachel is rejoining as a panelist.
Okay.
I'm here.
Rachel, just for the record, state your name because you've already been sworn.
Yeah, Rachel Pritzker, RACHAEL PRITZKER.
Rachel, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Watermill Lofts Acquisition LLC, Matt Grossman and Stephen Kramer, and they are the owners of the property.
So what we have here now, we have a unanimous opposition from Maniac Neighborhood Council, a letter of opposition from the Office of Sustainability, and the applicant has provided a letter of support from the adjacent neighbors of 2 Leverington Avenue.
Correct. Yep.
Our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Just for efficiency, if we could promote Scott Woodruff and Matt Kearse, that would be
Sure,
helpful.
we'll have them come on and then we'll swear them in when we're ready.
Okay. So if they can raise their hand and we'll swear them in. Okay. So in front of you is 4 Leverington Avenue. This is a property that's zoned I2. And the only refusal that we have in front of the board is a use refusal to add an additional 4 units to an already existing 20-unit building. 2 units of which that are already existing are already on the first floor. There is a vacant commercial space or / industrial space that's 3,000 square feet that has been vacant since 2022. And given the I2 zoning doesn't allow for residential, although there's already 2 residential units on the first floor, this would just be adding 4 residential units on that same first floor with those 2 units that are there, for a total of 24 units in an existing structure. There's no other variances that we are requesting. We are not requesting variances for any alterations of the building exterior. We're not requesting any variations from any floodplains or waterfront setbacks. We are just asking for relief to be able to provide additional residential units in a building that is completely residential units. Our application, project information form, tax clearance, the deed, zoning map. So as mentioned, the property is zoned I2, surrounded by CMX2, RSA5, and other I2. This is the property here. Aerial view of the property. This is a exterior view of the property. What you see in front of you is the ground floor, the first floor of the building. This property has a lot size of 12,735 square feet, and the building is 23,052 square feet, according to the city's Office of Property Assessment. It's a long-standing historic building that was constructed in the 1800s and is on the city's Philadelphia Register of Historical Places, and again is zoned I2 industrial. Just so you can see the first floor of the property, I'm going to go into the history a little bit, but this is all that sort of we're discussing here. The remaining floors are already residential multifamily, and again, there are 2 units already on the ground floor, but just it helps to see the visual. The most recent zoning permit for this property dates back to April 30th of 2012, where this board, where the property was zoned G2 at that time, and this property approved a variance for 20 family dwelling units in the same building with an existing animal hospital. That is what took up the 3,000 square feet. And then for, reciprocal gross access and parking easements, there's 123 parking spaces. There's a sort of uniqueness given the condo building behind it and the limited amount of access. As you can see, this sort of side alleyway, but given its location on Leverington and with the canal and Main Street, it's sort of a very unique location. Additionally, 2 Leverington was approved for 60 units with retail on partial first floor, and then back in 2000 there was also variances for additional residential units adjacent to this site. I'll also go through a couple of the other buildings as well. The current owners purchased this property in 2018 and have struggled since 2022, between 2022 and 2024, to be able to find any commercial or industrial business that would be willing to rent out the vacant ground floor space. As you can see, there's limited visibility from a windows perspective. It's on the city's historic register, so tampering with the windows, extending the windows, raising the structure, altering the exterior, all would be probably refused, truthfully, and you'd need some real significant ground floor renovation to be able to provide a viable commercial use, as you can see from the obvious nature of this property. As a result of these efforts, which I'll share the sort of evidence of those, the owners have not been able to successfully find any viable commercial or industrial tenant to take up that vacant 3,000 square feet of this building, and as such have sought relief from the Zoning Board of Adjustment to add 4 more units to the ground floor, which is in character with what's already on the ground floor and what's in the entire building, which we believe is a minimum modification of the code possible to ask for relief. And instead of trying to provide some additional alterations, given the location and the historic nature of the building, to do the minimum possible to make this a viable use. There are some just additional visual images. This is the front, the side of it facing the canal. As you can see, it's sort of very limited as far as that front floor space. There's really no access on this side to have a commercial use. So it's really just your commercial visibility would be on this ground floor, here, or I guess at the rear of the building that you can't see. So very difficult. And again, it's zoned I2, so very limited uses. This is the rear of the building where the parking is located, as you can see. And obviously, there are units, 2 units in the back of the property. You're not going to put commercial on the back of this property or industrial for obvious reasons. I just wanted to show the interior vacant space so that the board can see it. Again, it used to be 4 years ago or whatever it was, an animal hospital for cats. They left, given they were acquired by a private equity company that bought out a number of practices and relocated them. So it wasn't due to any issues with the building. It was just due to purchase of the entity, and the building has stayed vacant, that 3,000 square feet, since that time. Some of what you see remains is from that animal hospital use. These are just the zoning posters that we posted on all sides of the property. Again, this is that frontage, that ground floor that we're talking about. As I mentioned, these were this is a permit that was approved prior under the G2 back in 2012, permitting, again, the existing animal hospital and for the 20 units. The other permits, there was 24 units at a point on lot 1, and there was a subdivision that happened. So that was a part of this to subdivide off 2 Leverington and 4 Leverington. Prior to that, the most recent permit besides that is from the 1980s. In 1988, there was storage of motor vehicles at this location, cars that were being repaired or waiting to be repaired. Obviously, given the renovations in 2014, as per the 2012 variance for residential, you'd have to remove everybody out of the building to provide an industrial use, and that's not feasible or realistic. Just so the board can see, again, the property is zoned I2 despite it being entirely residential except for 3,000 vacant square feet. Obviously, multifamily is not allowed. It's why it's sought and gotten variances to this day. We could do caretaker quarters on the ground floor, so you can do a living use there. It's not that it doesn't allow any living use there, but caretaker quarters doesn't make sense in this day and age, but there is a residential use permitted. It's just caretaker quarters. Sort of everything else would require a variance, and a lot of these uses, such as utilities and services, safety services, wireless service facility, is not viable. Even things like office space is not viable, given there's limited visibility. As you've seen from the outside, it would be difficult for deliveries and things of that nature for an office perspective. And although the community group had discussed wanting like a restaurant there, it's just not a viable use for real commercial when you have Main Street and other commercial corridors where you can, have real signage and visibility. And again, given the historic nature of this building, it really limits any sort of exterior alterations to this 1800 year, 150-year-old property. As mentioned, we met with the RCO. I'm going to discuss the RCO concerns first before I go through the hardship in a little bit more detail, just given the importance of this project. We met with the RCO. One of the first things that they had mentioned was concerns about flooding. As mentioned from the beginning of this presentation, we're not asking for any variances related to waterfront setback or floodplain controls. We're just asking for a use variance to allow for additional residential. But in consideration of, their concerns, we actually reached out to L&I. They had wanted us to reach out to the Office of Sustainability, but we had reached out to L&I, which is the office that handles the review of these applications and also who you meet with from a building code perspective for additional flooding approvals, which we will have to go through and which we will comply with. I have those. I just want to bring the board's attention. We did reach out specifically back in November to the plans examiner at L&I just to say, hey, could we meet with you to talk about any of the flooding? The RCO brought up some flooding concerns. We know we didn't trigger anything, but we'd like to meet with you just to make sure we're not missing anything. And we provided this information, and basically the plans examiner supervisor had mentioned that the zoning review looks at the proposed use, and if it's allowed, it doesn't cover the floodplain, but you will have to go through with the building code requirement, elevation and flood resistance standards, which we'll go through. It's just premature at this time. But that what we provided satisfies the zoning stage acknowledgement, but doesn't confirm compliance because that's at the building code stage, which we plan to go through. So they also said that since what our project is, which it does, it exceeds $50,000, we will go through a flood protection scoping meeting, which will be required before we can get a building permit application. But we have to get zoning approval in order to even go through those steps, which we're able and willing to do. And so we went back to the RCO and said, listen, we don't need to have another meeting with the city. They're telling us that it's premature at this point, but we're more than willing to and plan to go through, all the city requirements that we have to at that time. In addition, we engaged with a civil engineer to have them review any of these concerns and to just provide mitigating considerations and to make sure that they reviewed the project. So I'd like us to, if we could promote Matt Kearse from Bowler Engineering, just so he can share from his letter, and then I'll obviously go through the hardship argument.
Matt?
Yes.
All right, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yep. Matthew Kearse, Matthew
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
I just want to give Matt, have him share his background, unless the board is comfortable acknowledging Matt as an expert. He has a bachelor's civil engineering from Penn State. He has a professional license as a professional engineer. So if you'd like him to go through his CV or professional resume, he can. I
would stipulate that he's a professional engineer.
Okay, thank you. Matt, if you can just go through your letter, but also if you can share a little bit about your experience specifically around these types of concerns, but as your review of the project first.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Rachel. Matt Kearse, the branch manager of the Philadelphia Bowler office. I've been practicing over 10 years and mostly focused in Philadelphia, very familiar with the floodplain regulations in Philadelphia, and have done a handful of projects in Manayunk regarding the floodplain. And in reviewing this project and this application, it's a very unique application in the sense of it's an existing building, there's existing residential there, We're not proposing to modify or restructure the building, move the building, or replace the building. So kind of looked at what do the existing conditions consist of today. And what I found is, a portion of the site sits within the 100-year floodplain, which equates to a 1% chance of flooding, while another portion of the property sits within the 500-year floodplain, which equates to a 0.2% chance of flooding, while the entire property is outside of the floodway. And the flood elevation for the 100-year storm event is at elevation 45. And the lowest residential piece of the property is, or where we're proposing to put the residential, is at elevation 44.2. So just slightly under where the flood elevation is. And that's where the commercial tenants sit today. As Rachel noted, it's a vacant space. Our client has had troubles filling the vacant space, not a very suitable space for anything other than the residential. And the residential is in character with not just this property, but the surrounding properties. And I know the RCO raised concerns over the flood elevations and the mitigation. And as part of our next steps is developing, a floodplain application through L&I to review during building permit. We will have to comply with all the floodplain regulations. We will have to raise the floor. We will put floodproofing mitigation measures in there. And our client is also connected with a floodproofing expert to really hone in on what is the best application and best products for this location in this building in particular. So with all that, I'm confident and comfortable with the use. It's in line with what's there today. It's in what's surrounding. There's already 2 existing residential units there. And I do not believe adding these 2 residential units in conjunction with complying with all of L&I's floodplain regulations, that it will have any detriment to the community or the surrounding uses.
Thank you, Matt. I just also want to mention, just in the RCO letter, they mentioned the project 3900 Main Street, which was in front of this board, I guess, a little while back. This board granted a variance for height. You handled that the civil engineering for that project, correct, Matt?
That's correct.
Okay, and obviously we're not asking for any setbacks from the waterfront setback or height.
That's correct. Yes, this is an existing building, not proposing any additions or moving the building in any shape or form. 3900 Main Street application was for a newly constructed building.
And in the RCO letter, they mention putting, it being 18 inches above BFE. We will be doing that, correct, per the building code?
Correct. We'll have to comply with their regulations, and that is one of them.
Okay, thank you. The only other last thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention related to the RCO was that there were 16 people in attendance at the RCO meeting, yet they only counted the vote of 8 people, all of which were from the Manayunk members. So I guess from the board of the RCO. As mentioned prior, we do have a letter of support. The only directly adjacent neighbor is the condos directly behind the structure. And we have a letter of support from them as well. There really are no other, that's on your screen. There really are no other directly adjacent neighbors, just given the location of this project. Directly adjacent neighbors further down, Leverington, that's 60 units, and they got an administrative permit to remove commercial. There is other large mixed use, commercial mixed use, residential, multifamily across, behind the property and across the canal. And then 3900 Main Street, again, that's a brand new construction. So a lot of the considerations brought up for that project are irrelevant here, given this is not new construction. I just want to talk a little bit about the hardship and then can take a breath for a minute. As mentioned, I'm just going to go back to the photos of the property if I can. As mentioned, we assert that literal enforcement of the code and denial of the variance would result in an unnecessary hardship. There are unique physical circumstances or conditions such as irregularity, narrowness, shallowness of the size of the lot, and other physical conditions that make it so that the provisions of the zoning code cannot be complied with. As mentioned, the property is over 150 years old, according to the City of Philadelphia records. It was constructed in 1877 as an industrial mill style building. It's listed on the city's register, which again makes the alterations to the exterior of the property significantly restricted and requires preservation of the property under specific standards, terms, and conditions. The formerly G2, currently I2 property is not provided any industrial or significantly viable commercial uses since at least 1988, in which again it was used to store vehicles. Since the early 2000s, it was converted to multifamily residential uses. And also given the historic context on uneven windows and small size and scale, its location abutting the Manioc Canal, and given it's only 3,000 square feet, it's really limiting from an industrial commercial perspective. Again, some of the uses that would be permitted, like transit station, utilities and services, wireless facility, building supplies and equipment, commercial vehicle repair, are all not applicable and not viable for this space. In addition to those considerations, because the site is zoned I2, despite it being mostly residential, if not all residential at this point, besides vacant space, the city's provision for section 14602.7, which is an exception to use tables for certain historic structures, doesn't apply to this property because unfortunately it's still zoned I2. It only avails itself for CMX1, CMX2, and CMX2.5, which would have allowed this by right, had this been zoned more closely to what it's received variances for since 2012. It might have been zoned CMX2 or CMX2.5, which would have allowed a CMX3 use given its historic designation, which would have been by right again for just an additional 4 units directly adjacent to the current 2 units that are there. But given the base zoning of I2, it prohibits the building from benefiting from this exception. Again, just lastly, the building owners for the last since 2022 through 2024, we have in here listing agreements for 2 different brokerages where they went and engaged 2 different real estate brokers to list and market the property to obtain a commercial or industrial tenant for the remaining ground floor space, again, that 3,000 square feet. Despite those efforts, there were 0 successful opportunities to use the remaining space in strict conformity with the code. The vacant ground floor space, when occupied, brought in $6,200 a month or $75,000 a year to support the operation and maintenance of this property. And so the last couple of years, without the additional revenue from a viable use at the ground floor, the building continues to diminish in value and cannot cover the financial obligations of the loan and operating expenses for the property. Again, it has 2 residential buildings at the units at the ground floor. And so we're just looking for authorization to add additional units, which will help limit the diminishing value of this property. Lastly, I just want to go through, again, as Matt mentioned, and I've mentioned a few times, that there's a lot of directly adjacent buildings that have similar or same uses. And we also included letters. I won't go through them in depth from those brokerages, both Delphi Property Group and also MPN, who spent significant time trying to market these properties, made good faith efforts, and were both unable to secure a tenant for the ground floor space. This is just acknowledgement that it's on the city's historic register. And then this, I just wanted to go through some of the adjacent properties, given that this will not, if the board approves this variance, it will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or the district in which the property is located, or significantly or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent properties as they're already developed. Specifically, 1602 Canton Street is a 4 to 5 story building zoned I2 that has 36 units. We're asking for a total of 24, and a parking garage with no commercial space. It received an administrative permit number 988708. Had previously required commercial, but it was received an administrative permit to remove the commercial. 2 Leverington, again directly adjacent on sort of the other side, is zoned RSA 5, but it consists of 60 dwelling units and no commercial space as of zoning permit 401228. Across the canal is Apex Mannion condo buildings. That's what you see in front of you. That's 4601 Flat Rock Road. This development approved for 160 residential units under zoning permit 438481. And so the presence of these sort of sizable residential communities, again, just a map of where our property is and some of those adjacent ones, would make it so that's not out of character for the neighborhood. And none of these, even ones like this that have a way visibly more viable commercial opportunity here in our new construction, where ours is historic from 1877, are not permitted, are not required, and have received relief to not have a ground floor commercial or do not have ground floor commercial. Last, I know I keep saying lastly, but I forgot how much detail is in here. I just want to mention that under the Pennsylvania regulatory takings doctrine, a regulatory taking may occur when a government regulation, like a zoning ordinance or strict application thereof, deprives a property of substantially all economic use or value. The I-2 zoning of this property is such that no permitted use yields any reasonable return, and the denial of the relief requested would block every economic benefit option. And so, as such, our last option has been to come in front of this board to ask for that relief. Just a use variance for those 4 units. We also believe that this proposal aligns closely with the Philadelphia 2035 Comprehensive Plan, particularly with recommendations outlining zoning to enhance the plan on page 83, and suggests converting I-2 zoning in this area to at least IRMX in order to encourage a mix of residential and, if viable, commercial located adjacent to targeted sections of the property. Again, this property is still zoned I-2, so it limits any viable uses, again, for that 3,000 square feet. If we could bring on Scott Woodruff to just go through the plans, architectural plans, and then happy to bring my clients on, and I'll pause.
Rachel, how much longer do you think you're going to need?
I'm done once.
No, but I mean your whole presentation.
5 minutes.
Okay, bring them on.
Scott.
Scott?
Scott has been promoted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Scott, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Thank you.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Scott Woodruff, Scott, Woodruff, Woodruff.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Scott, could you just go through the architectural plans for the board?
Sure, no problem. So on the plan left side, that is Main Street, or Leverington rather, that corners to Main Street, kind of dead ends there. Main Street dead ends to Leverington. The main access of the property is within the property, which is accessed through the drive aisle and sidewalks, as Rachel had sent before. And there's double doors at the right side. Currently, you enter into a lobby space. The 2 residential units that are existing on the bottom right side of the plan. The colored portion is kind of the part that's in scope, being 4 residential units. So we're utilizing a new corridor that gets to all of these units, as well as connects to the second means of egress staircase that's at the bottom side of the plan. So each unit will have 2 means of egress, and is not required to exit through any of these windows. So all exits are kind of through enclosed 2-hour stairs per code. We're planning on creating this corridor, ramping up and raising the floor structure of these units, as Matt had stated previously. All the units are kind of loft style, 1-bedroom units, all with kind of outside windows that are facing here. And currently the ceiling heights of the first floor is right around 12.5 feet. So we'll be raising them up, which will still allow for about a 10-foot floor to floor, roughly, for all of these units. So they'll still feel fairly spacious. And obviously with that loft kind of industrial type aesthetic, since the building's, as stated, 150 years old. But all buildings will be, all the units will be 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom.
Thank you. If I could, Chairman, just bring on my clients, Matt Grossman and Stephen Kramer,
You want both of them sworn in?
please.
Okay.
They have both been promoted.
Thank you. Could you both state your name, please, and spell for the stenographer?
STEPHENKRAMER.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you have a
Matt?
partner?
Matthew Grossman, MATTHEW,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yeah, Matt, I'll just ask you, Matt, have you heard my testimony? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Is there anything else you'd like to add for the board?
I think you've done a very good job, Rachel, in explaining it. I mean, I just would reaffirm, what you've said. It really is a very dire set of circumstances at the asset level today. We've taken really every exhaustive measure to try to release this space over the better part of 2.5 years. Effectively every type of commercial industrial use in the marketplace, and we have not been successful. We armed our brokers with the ability, to offer concessions, free rent, build out costs. And quite frankly, we had very little to no substantive negotiations on the space. So, really as a matter of the modest adaptive reuse that we're presenting here, I really think it is the best fit and character for the building and community. And also just, going back to Rachel's point in regards to the flood, we certainly have well noted the concerns of the community. We will proactively address that through the permitting and building phase. And we will take every measure beyond that to ensure, the safety and the well-being of the residents for the apartments that we are going to build here.
Stephen, anything on your end?
Just quickly, I was going to say, as Rachel mentioned, our retail tenant was paying $6,200 monthly. These residential units will replace that income deficiency. And without having that income, we're not able to pay our debt service. And also, maintain the building to the standard that we hold it to. So that's imperative to us. That's all I have to add.
And just to acknowledge again, you have 2 units already at the first floor level, and you've been able to deal with through Hurricane Ida, mitigate any issues that you've had with those current tenants. And those units are occupied, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Chairman, nothing further from me.
Anybody adopt your testimony, or did I, or not?
Yes, Matthew adopted my testimony.
Sure. Questions from the board?
These existing 2 units on the first floor, can you go back to the plan, or which ones are they?
Scott, where are we showing the?
We didn't have the document. We didn't do the existing conditions of those units as they're occupied at the moment. It's that kind of gray section in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, so that gray area are the existing 2.
Those are the existing 2 units, correct?
And these are the additional 4.
Correct.
3, 4. Okay.
So, so then the question is, it says you were permitted to have 20 units. So do you have 20 total or do you have 22 total at this?
There's 20 total units. So we're asking for 4 additional units. There are 2 units of that 20 units. 2 of them are on the first floor. The remaining 18 are in the additional floors. So we're asking for a total of 24, but there's already 20 there.
The questions.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a little trouble here. You have 20 other units. Is the building fully occupied or?
Yes, the building is fully occupied except for 3,000 square feet, which is the subject of this appeal, which is that vacant commercial space.
And you're saying that without these 4 units, you can't afford to have the rest of the building with the 20 units?
Yeah, you have
your
3,000, 3,000 square feet of the whole front of this property is vacant because the commercial tenant, the animal hospital that was put in place back in 2012, left, given they were acquired by a private equity company and left the building. And so the owners have tried to rent it out for 2.5 years and haven't been
You have
successful.
the 20 other units. How many square feet does the other 20 units occupy?
I mean,
The question is, are they all occupied, the other
Yeah.
20 units?
She said they're all occupied.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how many square feet are we talking about for the 20 units?
20,000 square feet. It's a 23,000 and change square foot building.
The 20 existing residential units comprise about 14 to 14,500 square feet rentable.
Okay.
Right, not including stairways and hallways and that kind of stuff.
Correct.
But your argument is that you can't afford to have the building unless you can have these.
The argument is that
3,000 square feet.
the argument is that the building is zoned I2 industrial, so it doesn't provide the ability to have any multifamily in general. And so they went out and tried to seek any commercial or industrial options for the space that's been vacant since 2021, 22, and the market is not yielding any commercial use or industrial use for the space. So in order to not have 3,000 square feet of empty, useless space in a building like this, additional residential in a building that already has residential is the least modification needed to have a viable and economic use of the space. Nobody would want to leave 3,000 square feet of a building empty that was revenue generating. It would just, you know what I mean? There's no value to that. But given the hardship of the I2 zoning and the fact that this is historic and the location, we can't get another tenant in there. If they could get a commercial industrial tenant, we wouldn't be here.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. You're saying you've got, how many square feet did you say you had with the 20 other units you had?
Are you asking what the rent roll is though as well?
No, but you said that the building as is with the 20 units is fully occupied.
Correct.
And that the square footage that we're talking about is.
We have 3,000 square feet that's vacant where the veterinary
Yes,
practice
but
was.
the occupied part of it is how much?
You're asking the square footage of the 20
Yes.
units?
Yes.
Matthew, you have that figure.
Again, I think it's approximately 14,000 square feet.
Okay. So you're saying that you can't you can't afford the debt service because of the not being able to use the 3,000 square feet when you have 14,000 square feet for which you are getting whatever rents or whatever you are getting for the other.
Yeah, but we have, we obviously have the same level of operational expense on the building. We just have $75,000 of income that, we've lost, which we've not been able to backfill and to be able to supplement.
Correct.
And frankly, even in the residential use that we're proposing here, we actually believe we'll come in at an income level that will be below what we were earning from the retail. But it's the best of the worst options that we have in front of us, given the fact that we've not been able to lease this space over the last 2.5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from our attorney?
This is a case where we may want to get a corrected refusal. I'm just a little concerned that the way it's written, it sounds like it's 24 new units, but it's actually 4 units added to the existing units for 24 total. And it references lot 1 and lot 2 without the addresses, and that there are cross access and easements there. So I'm just a little concerned that the refusal is, I don't know what the board's ultimate decision on this case is, but I think the refusal is not well written and could cause confusion in terms of what's actually being proposed. So I think that's something that we can consider depending on how this moves forward.
Hillary, we're happy to ask the plans examiner to write it in a more clear way. That's if the board would like, that's fine with us.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Questions or comments in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, I have
Sure.
one hand, and that hand is John Hunter.
Okay.
It's been
Good evening,
promoted.
Mr. Hunter.
Good afternoon or good evening.
Yes.
Yes, this is John Hunter, JOHN HUNTER.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Hunter, our new policy is if you can, try to get your comments in the 2 minutes. I do think we have letters, right? Am I right, Hillary? We have a letter from a couple different organizations relative to this, but we want you to have your chance to say what you think of this project.
If I might say before that, I think the idea that a coordinating RCO can give its full testimony in 2 minutes is ridiculous, but I'll address that separately. And I will do it as quickly as I can.
Well, thank you. Mr. Hunter, just so you know, we didn't do this. We had put this policy out for a while. So it may be ridiculous to you, but I do think we have a pretty long letter from you too. Am I correct?
It's a one-page statement, yes.
Right, thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
Okay, thank you. But I also want to, not only from the letter, but to respond for the actual testimony presented today, which is slightly different from what was presented at the RCO meeting. And that specifically is the testimony of Matthew Kursk, because it's a little confusing because at the beginning of his testimony, he did mention 44 feet plus as the proposed level of the floor. But at the same time, he also said that we will have to provide a floor level of the BFE plus 18 inches, which is almost 2 feet higher than that, which we point out in our letter. And that wasn't made clear at the public meeting. And also, I don't think it's clear because if you look at the floor plans, and bear with me, Rachel, if I could ask you to share your screen and show the floor plan.
Sure. The floor plans that Scott did from Design Block? Yeah.
Yep.
Give me 1 second. Sure.
So there are two issues. One is flooding, and one is the design and disposition of the 4 units. On the flooding issue, Rachel cleverly sort of skirted around it, but we have evidence of what happened during Hurricane Ida in 2021. at one of our meetings, the owners did mention that there was limited ingress into this floor level from Ida, which indicates that the BFE is, if anything, a little lower than is probably reasonable. Because although it's misnamed as a 100-year flood to give the people the impression it only happens in 1 year, we know that floods will increasingly occur and will increasingly occur severely and a lot more frequently than once in 100 years. So we're concerned about flooding, and we're concerned not only about flooding within the units, which would be disastrous, but as you can see, the 2 egress stairs from this building, when it was designed back in 2012 by the previous owners, not these owners, we understand that the 2 egress stairs for the whole building discharge at the rear of the building, which is almost down at the canal level. So, and it's below the BFE once you get to the bottom of the ramp that you could see on the photographs that Rachel showed. So that is something that we find quite concerning for just the whole building. But if you look at the arrangement then of the 4 units, you will see that the 2 units at the top have windows along that north elevation at the top of the screen. Beyond those windows literally is the canal. The canal laps against the side of the building. And those windows are quite large windows, and those 2 units I would describe as reasonable. They're attractive. They would be attractive units, forgetting the issue of the floor plan, of the flooding, sorry. But if you look at the other 2 units on the bottom left-hand corner of the plans, you'll see the one along the left-hand side, which is Leverington Avenue. And Leverington Avenue is substantially higher than the rear of the property because the road is rising up to go over the canal. So the unit on the very left with those 3 windows, those windows are high-level windows at the sidewalk level, which you can see from the photograph that Rachel showed and described as very fixed proportion windows. So that unit, which you can also see, has a very narrow living space that is probably, it's not dimensioned, but 7, maybe 8 feet wide with these very high windows. And then it has an internal bedroom. Similarly, the building, the apartment next to it on the bottom of the plan has 2 windows that will have to be punched into the sidewall of this 150-year-old building. And it will look out onto a tunnel which allows cars to exit from the parking lot behind the building. So we would consider that those 2 units, knowing the board's concern about semi-basements and basement units for living spaces, are not acceptable as units. And that was the core of our concern, that some of the units are not acceptable and some of the other units would still be susceptible for flooding in a flood event, not so much if they do have to raise the floor levels, but for the egress out of the building. And I would just point out about something about these plans that just confirms what we said about the presentation is you can see that Scott had drawn in after our first meeting ramps in the sort of the blue hatch corridor areas on the right-hand side. There's a ramp there, but that ramp isn't long enough. It would have to be 24 feet long to meet ADA requirements. And then the other area where there are just at the bottom of the corridor in the blue, there are just 2 steps, which would not be adequate to make the over 2 feet transition that would be necessary. So that is why we had to listen to this testimony and respond accordingly, because it's different from what was said at the public meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Rachel, do you have any questions of John?
No, I just yeah, I guess I would just ask John, are you a civil engineer? Are you an expert?
I'm an architect registered architect with 40 years experience.
But are you a civil engineer?
I don't need to be a civil engineer.
I'm just, John, it's a yes or no. It's just a yes or no. I'm asking if you're a civil engineer.
No, I'm not a civil engineer.
Okay.
Thank you.
It just,
And
Other
Rachel,
hands?
if I could just respond with one comment in regards to.
Well, wait. Here's why I want you to wait. Let's see if there's other people, and then you can respond to it all together, okay? Do we have anyone else put their hand up?
No, there are no more hands.
Hello? No more hands?
No more hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Rachel, you gotta have to respond to something else?
Yeah, I just want to be able to have our team respond to John's comments.
The whole team, Rachel, one at a time?
Just Matt and Scott,
Okay.
just our
Come on,
experts.
let's go.
Go ahead, Matt.
So just in regards to my testimony, I believe my testimony stated that the existing elevation is that 44.22, and we do plan to raise it to be, to meet the requirements of the city ordinance with the floodplain. And then in regards to the flood data, again, we're using the FEMA data that gives us the floodplain elevation, and that's the data we have. It's, used industry standard on what we designed to.
Thank you. Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I would just echo that a little bit in regards to some of the designs or the ability to raise the floor additionally past where we need to. We have abilities to add additional ramps and stairs within the corridors. And at that phase, we can tweak a little bit of the corridors if we need to, but we do have ways to do that. That'll be handled at the building permit level. And obviously, as Matt stated, we'll be going through floodplain management review with the cities to make sure that we do comply with all of those building codes.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Good evening. Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission.
Could you spell your name for the stenographer?
Yes, SOLOMONIC.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from I2 medium industrial to RM1 residential multifamily. This property was granted a variance in 2012 for an animal hospital on the ground floor and 20 total units. The property is located in the special flood hazard area, section 14704-4. The proposal to convert the commercial space on the ground floor into 4 dwelling units would endanger public health, safety, and general welfare, and increase flood danger and the likeliness of loss of property. This property has a history of flooding, and the proposal relies on the existing egress route that is entirely below the base flood elevation. The zoning code requires residential development in the floodplain to be elevated to the design flood elevation, which is 18 inches above the base flood elevation. The first floor elevation is 44.5 feet, and the base flood elevation is 45 feet. Unlike the prior commercial use, residential development is expressly prohibited from relying on dry flood proofing and must instead meet elevation requirements designed to protect life safety. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for 4 dwelling units.
And just respond, Chairman.
Sure.
So she just mentioned that the property should be remapped or rezoned to RM1, which is residential multifamily 1, which is in keeping with exactly what we have, and the lot is over 12,000 square feet. So a little confused about this would be exactly in line what she's suggesting it, or the Planning Commission is suggesting it be remapped at. In addition, I don't know why it's getting lost, but the 18 inches, we are suggesting we're going to be doing that but that's a building code requirement. So we also have to meet all the building code requirements, which would include that additional 18 inches from the BFE, which was what Matt has now said a few times. So we will be meeting all of those requirements, and we can't move forward to doing any of that without the prerequisite zoning approval. Additionally, as mentioned, if there's no viable use of this space at all, it's considered a taking. So if we have shown that 2.5 years of trying to get commercial here and we're willing to comply with the building code for any flood mitigation, and then we're denied any viable use of this property, that 3,000 square feet becomes unusable and becomes a taking. So what we're trying to do with just this application again there is already 2 units on the ground floor, is just have a viable use, and we'll go through every mitigation effort that we need to with approval through the city, Department of Licenses, Inspections, and any other agencies that required to meet those requirements.
Thank you. So, there's been a lot of issues raised here, and what I want to do is take this back to an executive session that the board can we could talk to each other about where we stand with this. We're going to do that on the 14th, and we will vote at 2 p.m. on the 14th next week. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the
Right,
board.
thank you. Right. Number 13, MI 2025-005-733, 6709 Essington Avenue. Dennis George is the attorney. Mr. George,
Dennis George is promoted.
thank you. Mr. George?
Yes, I'm with you. All right,
Good.
thank you.
Mr. George, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Dennis George, DennisGeorge.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, could you identify your client in a relationship to this property?
Yes. The owner of the property is JR Realty Inc. and its affiliated entity, Pacifico Hyundai.
And I would say that the Southwest Philadelphia Consortium of RCOs issued a prior letter of support, and our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. This is an application for a sign to replace an existing sign. If we could promote Nicholas George, he can submit the sign photograph. Mr. Chairman and board members, we've appeared before the board in September of 2024 and presented the application at that time. Unfortunately, what occurred was in the oral application and testimony, it was for a replacement size sign of approximately 30 feet. However, the documentation showed a lesser sign. And when the permit was issued, it came back as a lesser sign. And now what we had to do was resubmit an entire application for the replacement sign. Nick, could you show the sign itself, which we're asking for? This is the sign that exists on the left, which is the Pacifico Auto Group. And the manufacturer of Hyundai has insisted that all Hyundai dealers now change their sign to reflect the sign that you see on the right. What we're requesting is simply to replace the existing sign with the new Hyundai sign. If the board would like, I can go through all of the documents, including the application, the refusal, the tax clearance form, the project information sheet, the neighbor
We
notification.
have every document you have, we have.
Great. Then that's, in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, our presentation.
Let me ask you this. Do you have someone that you want to adopt your testimony?
We do. Thomas Flynn?
Sure. Why don't you bring him on?
Tom?
He's coming in as a panelist.
Thank you.
Thomas Flynn, can you unmute yourself?
How about that? Good.
Hi, Mr. Flynn. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Thomas Flynn, ThomasFlynn.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel.
Thank you. Thomas, have you heard my testimony?
Yes.
And is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Questions from
Chairman.
the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic with the Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. Sorry, I was trying to turn my video on. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing I2 medium industrial. An appeal for a second sign of 161.14 square feet was granted at this location under zoning permit 2024-003-06465. However, this proposal is for a sign of 260.61 square feet, where 100 square feet is the maximum sign area allowed. The proposal is not the least minimum. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for sign area.
Thank you. MI 2025-005-733-6709 Essington Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who the 2 o'clock case has not been called?
There are no hands.
All right, we're gonna move right into the 3:30 list. How's that? Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member, Michael Johns,
Mr. Chairman.
Board Member, Taya Nguyen,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and our Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present are our Board Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of the hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways. You can identify the case property address in your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized. Second, if you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And fourth, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 2, MI 2025-004-129-428 Larkspur Street. That case is continued until 6/17/26 at 3:30. Number 4, MI 2025-004-139 3861 North 17th Street. That case is continued to 6/17/26 at 3:30. Number 3 case, MI 2025-004-134 3813 Folsom Street. We have no exhibits. This is the first listing. Heaven Thomas is the listed applicant. Heaven for All Mankind LLC is the listed owner. Is there anyone in the audience with the group?
I see no hands.
So this is the first listing. So MI 2025-004-134 3813 Folsom Street. That case is continued to 6/17/26, and Mark must be heard. So number one is MI 2025-004-126-2220 North 50th Street. Bonita Martinez is the equitable owner. This is a pro se. We believe we do need some documents. Could Mr. Martinez come on?
Bernito Martinez has been promoted.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Benito Martinez. It's Benito Martinez, Martinez.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So, Mr. Martinez, did you post the location?
I believe I
The
did.
signage you were supposed to?
Oh, you mean with the orange sign?
Yeah.
I did. Yes, I did put the orange sign up.
Do you have pictures of that?
Let me see if I can find that picture.
And let me ask you this, did you send interior photos of the inside of the property?
No, I didn't do that.
Okay, all right. So,
And so the orange poster, because we did see an orange poster in some photos, but it didn't look like the poster from the zoning board. It looked like some other sort of orange poster.
No, that's it. That was the zoning board poster. I posted it myself.
Okay, all right. Can you just pull up the photos? I don't know if you can zoom in because the way that they came across from us, it didn't look like the zoning poster.
Okay. I'm not very good at this, but where's the button for me to share my screen?
Should be a
Mr. Martinez, this is Ian Haggerty, Executive Director. You should see a big green button at the bottom of your screen in the middle that says share.
All right.
You
I got
see
it.
that?
Yes.
So you're going to want to open your document up first
Okay.
and then click that share button.
Okay.
So-
I'm not gonna be able to find that photo because
okay, so
all I
Mr.
have my
well, Mr. Martinez, listen to me.
yes.
So you're going to need that photo eventually showing that you posted it. But the thing is this, when you have no interior photos, we can't go forward. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue the case. But
Okay.
when we continue the case, before you come in the next time, we're going to arrange for you to work with the office here, and they'll tell you exactly what it is you need. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So we're going to continue.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I know I need a clearer picture of that sign, or at least
Okay.
zooming in, and I need the interior photos.
Well, he's going to have to post again for the next
Yeah,
one,
no,
right?
you will get for the.
You're going to have
you'll get
to
a
post
new-
again for the next hearing,
Right,
okay?
so yeah, but you can have a closer up photo so that we can see it is the zoning poster, because it did not look like the zoning poster, even though it was orange. It didn't look like the zoning poster.
So we're going to continue to 6/17/26 at 3:30 PM. But I would want you to work with the
Oh,
staff
wow.
before.
Till
that.
June.
That is June, yeah. Okay?
Yeah, well, I mean, the only thing I have to say, if the photo was sent and it wasn't clear, how come we weren't notified? How would I know that the photo's not clear?
Well, let's take a step back. The other thing I told you is you can't go on if you don't have pictures to show us the inside of the property.
Yeah, and
Sir, there was an email sent after you filed your documents indicating what was missing. So I don't know if you did not see that, but there was a document, there was an email asking for additional documents from you that was sent.
and we did send additional documents. I mean, was it? All right, I'll just have to go back to that. I mean, there's nothing I can say now that it's going to.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for your troubles. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience whose 330 case has not been called?
Chair.
I want to thank everybody, and I want to thank my partner sitting up here next to me, because at one point I thought she was going to cough herself out the door here. But she made it through. She toughed through like she always does. We had to even tell her, well, we think you might want to drink some water. And Ryan quick and went and got the water. So thank you as always, Cheryl, and thank you to everybody else.
Welcome. Have a good night.
Take care.